Hello. We're just gonna go straight into it. No countdown screen for this game. Old game's a countdown screen. Hope everybody's doing good. I've been sick recently, so apologies if I'm a little sniffly and coughing. Can't seem to stop getting sick this year, but feeling a little bit better now and should be back tomorrow properly with videos returning to the channel again after a week of silence. Hello Darcy and Ava and Bitmark. Just gonna be taking it easy playing some SnowRunner today. I've been recently, I think the sale could still be on. It's gonna end soon if it's not, or unless it has ended. There was a sale for this game with all of its DLC, and the year passes and stuff were all on discount pretty significantly. And I used to play the game on Epic, but I decided just to make the transition over to Steam, just to grab everything on sale all at once. I just kind of got back into the game. I've never played any of the DLC though, apart from some of the vehicles. I'm mostly using I'm still always on the base game's 3 maps. So just kind of gonna be more chipping away at this in the background while I get to the DLC stuff. So I'm playing in Taymyr, Russian Federation map. If we go out to the global map, we've got Michigan, Alaska, Taymyr. So everything after those 3 are DLC, and I've actually never gotten to them, but almost done. I've finished all the regional progress here in Alaska and in Michigan. So I'm just working on the regional progress for Taymyr, doing the main quests or whatever. Got about halfway through. And then looking forward to just trying out some of the other maps in the future with some of the more crazy and elaborate vehicles, I guess. So hello! So also, this is nice kind of stream to just kick back and chill with. Some people have asked for like Q&A style videos and stuff before. I don't know how I expect this stream to do or anything, but it should be a good one just to hang out with people for a little while. You can ask me things or bounce ideas off me or ask questions about various videos and series and stuff if you have them. Alright, no snow in the mini screen. Yeah, true. So it is called SnowRunner, but there is only 1 map out of 3 that has snow on it, and that's Alaska. I don't know about the other ones. I haven't looked at them yet, but I have them all now. So going to be focusing on Taymyr. And at the moment, I'm doing a quest. Excuse me, as I mentioned, I am sick. I'm almost better. But yeah, delivering to the sawmill 3 lots of long logs. I've already done 2, so I'm on the last leg of that trip. So we're going to Zimnogorsk here, and we'll be coming in down here, and we have to kind of make our way over this bridge to the sawmill. So I have to repair that bridge. I've already done that. Usually the most fun stuff is going into a brand new map, or at least for me, most satisfying and most quick. What's the quickest payoff would be seeing things getting built on the map, or unlocking the watchtowers, or finding all the upgrades. Like, I think I've pretty much got all the upgrades, but another thing I want to do is go to the Rift. I've never been there before. So, for some reason, I got the achievement for getting all the upgrades in Taymyr, but I'm pretty sure there are 2 on this map. The only thing I look up online is where the upgrades are, because they can be outside of the radii of the watchtowers, so try to see where those are, get them as quick as possible. But yeah, I haven't gone there yet. So after we deliver these logs, we might venture up there. I think there's a weird kind of mountain pass that you have to kind of go through to get to the Rift. Not sure if I don't think any other maps go there based on these arrows. So I don't think you can move heavy trucks through there. So I guess we'll see. All right, your favorite game of all time? Let me know if you need tips. Well, tips are always welcome. I've been playing for a decent amount of time, about I'd say 150 hours or so, but I've played very on and off over time. And but I've never played online. I'm very much a solo gamer when it comes to pretty much everything. Although I can imagine how you can speed up things a lot if you could have someone come by with a service truck and just keep you going, or fuel, or pull you out of a bad situation, stuff like that. So the Rift came after the base game with a free update. Ah, right. Alrighty, so yeah, I couldn't tell you the name of this thing actually. What is it? I should probably know. It's the Azaz 42-20 Antarctic. Found it to be, it looked really cool, and I was like, yeah, it's got massive wheels, but it doesn't actually have much compatibility with different like carriers that you can have on the back. And I kept tipping it over like almost all the time. And I like to think I'm decent at the game. I don't really get into situations that often where I get stuck or get messed up too much. But man, this thing was really tricky. It would be on the slightest bump and the whole thing would just tip over. But I found that if you're carrying long logs, it's like pretty much perfect. It never really seems to have an issue doing that. So that's what I've got it on log duty for now. When's the next Satisfactory video, says Rosie. It should be tomorrow, all things going well. As I mentioned, I am sick, so the idea is to record it tonight. I've kind of written it out. It'll be the last video in the series before starting a new one, and the week after. And everything will be kind of explained in this last video. So the idea is that there should be a new schedule going forward for my channel. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are videos, and every Monday I'll do streams. I'd like to stream this game more often and do other streams as well, but I'm kind of starting slow, and then I'll add more days if it makes sense to do so, that kind of thing. Or, you know, if a new game comes out, or I might have a sponsored video every now and then, it'll fill one of those other days too. But yep, so Satisfactory should be tomorrow, should be the final series, and then I'll be giving away the save file and all the blueprints as well for anyone who wants them. Play around with, finish the projects that I didn't. First time catching a stream, just picked up this game and really enjoying it. I've been binging your City Skylines video and looking forward to watching you do... thanks, watching what I do with it too. Yeah, me too. I've been watching City Skylines 2 a little bit. And, I'm a little worried about it, just to some extent. The road tools and loads of things are very impressive with the game. The two biggest things that speak to me with City Skylines 2 are easily, like, the deep road tools, where it just seems super flexible. It's almost like I haven't seen anyone ever make a mistake with it. Like, you can't seemingly overlap roads to the point where it says, no, you're not allowed to do this. It just seems to always figure it out. So that's great. Because that's probably, like, one of the biggest annoying things in the game. It's just, you know, oh, you're too close to this node, or it doesn't even tell you that. It's just like you have to work these things out. So that's great. And the other thing that looks awesome as well to me is you need, like, stone to repair buildings and stuff. So the addition of, like, additional resources, the addition of having bespoke resources for certain things, I think, is really cool. It could turn out to suck if you're just into pure city building and you have to manage all this logistics and stuff, and you have to pay to import stone or import all these different goods to prevent your buildings collapsing or to keep whatever chains running. But I love the idea of it. So those two things are, like, big selling points for me. But I gotta say, like, there's no contour lines, which is obviously a big thing, and it's not going to be there on launch. The terrain manipulation seems really bad. Like, really, really bad, and it looks really ugly as well, unfortunately. So there's just, like, a few things like that where I'm like, oh no, like, these are, I watched the City Skylines developer stream, and, you know, they were trying to place buildings, and they couldn't see where they were being placed because of the height, and then they were trying to clean things up after the fact, and they were, like, even, like, struggling, you know? So, not to be a downer, but that kind of stuff has me a little bit worried at the moment, and the content creators, they have been able to give opinion, which is great, and they've voiced those opinions, but, I don't know, it just feels like they're going really easy on them for that kind of stuff. That feels like it's pretty big, in my opinion, anyway. One thing I've actually never done in this game is any of the challenges. I've been too afraid to ever try them, so maybe we'll do one later. They're like timed challenges, and they say, like, you can't use the garages and stuff, so that could be kind of fun. I should really just check that I'm going the right way here. Yeah. So we're just going to go straight across. Basically heading to there. Cool. Alright. Sorry if I missed chat. I'll catch it. I should be able to catch it now properly. My screen wasn't right when I first started. So the fact that the game calls the Russian Federation but not Russia is nice. Feels a bit more intelligently respectful. Yeah, the game came out in 2020. Russian Federation. Yeah, don't know. Never really thought about it. I wouldn't have even known that was its name, to be honest. I play World War II games and I still call it Russia, and people are like, it's the Soviet Union. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. Use a wheel. I'm using a controller for this. I do have a wheel, though. I bought one recently, maybe a couple months ago, and I played a little bit of SnowRunner with it, and found it quite fun. I do that sometimes, but I gotta be honest, I kind of put the wheel back in its box, and it's one of those things where it's like just a little bit of effort to take out. So when you're looking for a chill, relaxing evening, it's like, oh, I gotta take the wheel out, bolt it to the desk. I don't know, just it's a little bit more effort than I'd like. Get the pedals in place and everything. But I'll definitely every now and then do that, because it is fun. I got the wheel mostly for Dirt Rally, and it was awesome playing that with it. But yeah, I'm playing on a controller right now, and it works great. How could you be like, we aren't making a city builder, and then it looks worse than a 20-year-old game? Yeah, I don't know if it's that bad. To me, art style of City Skylines 2, it looks really, really good when the city is big. It just doesn't look very good when the city is small and you're really zoomed in. So it's like they've sacrificed the up-close graphics for the scalability of having a bigger game, which I'm not necessarily against. You know, I've said with Total War before, people know I really like Total War, obviously, or used to. I wouldn't care if they just made the games not look as good in future too, so that they could increase the scale. I'd much rather scale than fidelity, because they look good enough at this point, at least Total War games. City Skylines maybe not so much. The roads do look a bit cartoony and a bit weird. But the buildings and the lighting at scale look really, really nice. So it's a strange one. It's like there's two competing art styles going on. And that's why sometimes people are like, this looks amazing, and other times it's like, I don't know. Whoa, whoa. It's alright, just power through it. That was a deep, deep hole. Oh my god, no. Alright, we got it. Not a big deal. Actually took a different route last time I brought these logs here, and that's probably good to know for future, that if this truck was, if we had a even slightly smaller truck with that one, that would be really rough to go over. Alright, if you use it long term like me, you get used to playing those games. You should get a frame. Oh, well, I don't have the kind of room for that. But maybe if we get a house or something and have a more dedicated, bigger space, having a frame will be really cool. I'd like to play more serious racers using something like that. It's the same with Flight Simulator and stuff. I'd like to get like a joystick and one of those little decks where you have like a lot of little buttons on them and things. I got the same impression with City Skylines 2, but I think we've been spoiled with all the mods. Yeah, that's definitely partially true, I think. Excuse me. Because yeah, you can whack on texture mods and various other things, and it can look like really realistic. But I even just go by like what my game looks like in my series, which isn't the most realistic thing ever. But you're right, you know, it probably is the... But still, why should, you know... They should be able to compete with mods, at least on day one. And then have to kind of... Then mods kind of take over after that, I guess. I don't know. Just seems a bit strange. But anyway, that's the good thing, though. I suppose it will still be all moddable and everything. And I'm sure, no doubt, within... Honestly, within, I'd say, even a month. I would normally say it would take longer, but because they've such a backlog of mods to port over from CS1, that, you know, textures and all that stuff will just be imported in really quickly, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. But I wonder, will they be able to mod in contour lines? My theory about that is that the terrain looks really rough. Like, it's all jagged edges and very pixelated, because I think it's not done yet, the terrain manipulation, and I think that's why there's no contour lines in yet. Anyway, let's deliver these logs. That's much better than what we had lying around here. Should do nicely. 17 buckaroos. Alright. How am I doing? Thanks, Farmlaps. I'm doing good. I agree, they do take up a lot of space. Got into Satisfactory because of your videos. Didn't continue with your series to not spoil myself. Any tips on how to build a full factory building? Currently at tier 3. So, you'll be kind of pleased to know then that tomorrow it'll be the last episode in that series for me in Satisfactory. At least that's the plan. It might be delayed a day just because I've been sick, but hopefully it should be tomorrow. It's on track anyway right now. So tomorrow will be the last episode in the Satisfactory series, and then I'm starting a new one the following week. So every Tuesday there'll be a Satisfactory video on the channel. That's the plan. And just before I choose the next quest, I want to talk about this. So yeah, next Tuesday, Satisfactory, brand new series. And it'll be starting over again, which will have... Well, I guess this last video is going to explain everything much better than I can now. I'm fumbling over my words. But long story short is it should be a little bit more beginner-friendly and utilizing all the knowledge I've learned in the series so far up to this point to relay back to you all the core mechanics and how to make things, you know, go a bit faster. So there's no quick answer for me right now, as in how to make a good factory at tier 3 or build a full factory building. You know, ideally you just lay out the foundations first. You give yourself more space than you need. You count... I normally have just picked a random number in terms of like a target number that I want to hit for production. But now that I've gone through progression, I can kind of gauge what you should be hitting. But it all depends like what you're aiming for and how long you want a factory to last before you want to add on to it or do more with it. So my whole thing now when I'm building in future is going to be, and starting again, is looking at the purity of a node and going, okay, this is a pure node. Right now, my tier 1 miner can only get XYZ out of it, but I'm going to build a factory with the room for scalability. So it's like, okay, we're going to build this with a splitter already attached to it with 3, outputs, knowing that eventually we're going to be able to get more out of it than we're getting now. So I guess what I'm saying is you just build it to service your needs that you're at tier 3 now. You don't need to be building more than that, but you should build it with the room so that when you do eventually you're able to upgrade your miners and things, you don't have to tear the whole building down. You just add on to it, So modular stuff like that, I think, would help. But yeah, if you're just wondering how to do things right now, I mean, just keep it simple. Just big open flat area with foundations. Make sure you use foundations everywhere. Am I going the right way? Yeah. Make sure you use foundations everywhere and try not to, well, just basically always overbuild. Build with more in mind. You don't have to power things on. You should always underclock rather than overclock. But yeah, it's all very specific. I can't really give too much advice unless I knew exactly, specifically what you were trying to build. So I'm just going to leave the truck somewhere over here. We just delivered those things over there. It didn't become a sawmill or anything. I'm going to switch truck and go over to a different map in a second. And we're going to see if we can go through... Yeah, use this one, Pathfinder. We're going to go through and find the way to the northern road. So we'll track that. I want to leave the truck somewhere a bit nicer, so I'll be back... I'll switch over in just a sec. Anyways, Yukisho, hello, and hello Sanjay. Try a small vehicle. Yeah, we'll be doing a small vehicle to get through that smaller area in a moment. Because it's on a cliff edge, I think, to go through it. So I'll be using like a little Jeep. I've got a really nice one that has like 6 wheels. We'll switch in just a moment. Looking forward to that. Yeah, so I have written all this out and explained it much better in the next video. So there'll be a longer intro. And the next video is, even though it's the last one in the series, it's going to be kind of like going through the factories, explaining what some of my biggest mistakes were and what some of the best ones were. So you could, quote, spoil it for yourself if you wanted to, if you haven't watched it, but at least you'll be learning what mistakes I made. So it's like, why is the series ending where it is? Why didn't I finish it? Which factories could I have done a bit better? What will I be doing different in future? And the other plan for this future series is to have everything be a build guide. So, for instance, people kind of complained around episode 10 or so of my current series where I may have made like cuts in the edit, and then people were like, "Oh no, I missed like where specifically you built this. Now I'm not sure like how you did it. I can't follow along anymore." But in the new series, it's just going to display on the screen like, okay, this is a 10 by 8 room in terms of foundations. There's this many machines involved, all that kind of stuff. So there'll be more on-screen editing to kind of help people fill in the gaps if I decide to skip over something. So hopefully it should all be better. And that's why there's only one video a week for each series, but we'll see how it goes. I think it will be better overall. And it'll be much better for anyone who does end up starting the game new and is a beginner, without being overbearing. The problem with some YouTubers and some series, at least in my opinion, for beginners, is that when they start a new series now, they kind of assume that you know everything, and they go through things very, very quickly. And any new players that still join the game, with any of the new updates or the fact that they're approaching 1.0, feel a little bit lost. They're like, oh my god, this looks so big and unattainable, and how am I supposed to do that? Whereas I feel like you sort of have to reset and say like, okay, no, here's like all the mistakes that you probably make, and here's what you can avoid, and just info dump a lot of stuff early on. So we'll see how it all goes. I look forward to it though. I'm really eager to start fresh. Update 8 runs well for me now in Satisfactory, so it should be fun, and it looks good. Alright, I'm just going to leave this truck here. Not too in the way of anything. Alright, so we're going to hop over to Groundlands. And just go to the garage, I guess. I never know how to get to the garage quickly. I feel like there used to be a button to do it, but I can never find it. So just do that. You don't know everything about the games you play? That's disappointing. No, I don't. Even with my extensive research, still don't. Spend hours doing things before videos start recording, and I still like get tripped up by things. That's what I was talking to my dad recently, and I was like, oh, I put hours into these videos beforehand. And he was like, but I can't remember exactly what he said, but he's like, it's just a game. He's like, I'm sure if I just played it, I would just be able to do it. And I'm like, it's not that easy. Like, I promise you, it's not that easy. To communicate it then back to people without wasting time or second guessing or doing anything. But I can see why people think it is. It's good. It's a good compliment when people think I just sit down and record for an hour. Because that means that I've hidden it very well. Hey, thanks very much for the channel membership, Red Eye. Appreciate that. So this is what we're going to be driving. A Yar 87. I've done some upgrades with it, so it's on the most upgraded engine that I could find. This is a, I think, Russian Federation vehicle, so it can be found here, I think. And a lot of its upgrades are found in this area anyway, because normally when it says like, oh, you don't have this upgrade, it's like explore Russia to find it. So it's like, okay. So yeah, I've pretty much got everything I need for it. And I decided to color it nice and brightly. Okay. Let's go. But yeah, as you can see, it's got like the 6 wheels. Quite powerful. Power to weight ratio is quite high for a scout vehicle. And its fuel consumption is really good. You want fuel consumption to be actually a low number, not a high number. Or at least bar. Because I used to think like, oh, you know, it would... Because the other two are like, the higher the number, the better. With the bars. And I thought like, yeah, fuel consumption like A+, but it should be full up. But obviously it does it the other way, because bigger number. Alright, let's go. So this is what we're going to use to kind of... Oh, we've got a little roof rack installed on it, so if we run out of materials, can we repair from it? We can, yeah. Even if we get a few bumps or scratches, we can hopefully get to it. So we have to make our way over to the quarry, so it's all the way down there, but it's mostly just a road that we have to follow the whole way. Then when we get to the quarry, we're going to be coming in from here, move along this way, and we'll just cut through the forest, go up, circle around to there, and see if we can go through. And then we'll be in the rift. That's the plan. Should be pretty straightforward. See the interior. Thick and span. Alright, we're off. My favorite car in real life. So I'm actually learning to drive at the moment, so I'm not much of a big car person, really. I know a lot of car brands. Basically, everything I know from cars is from video games. I used to play Gran Turismo a lot, and that's like a car sim type game. So I would learn a lot through there. Got my license in Gran Turismo many times over when I was younger. So in real life, an Audi R8 is a car that I think looks really nice. A Nissan GTR, I think, is beautiful as well. There's my favorite car of all time that is a concept car. Just visually, again, I don't really know much about it in terms of its drivability or any of its features, to be honest. It's more just the aesthetics. Is a Hyundai Envision something, I think it's called. If you look that up, it's like a concept car. It's a hydrogen slash electric car, and it's a concept car that has a lot of traction online to be very, very, very popular, and people are trying to get it made at Hyundai. So they're apparently in talks about doing it. I don't know if they've confirmed anything or not, but that is like dream car for me. It's sort of like a modern 80s looking car. And I certainly have a real soft spot for the old Mercedes type cars that are, I couldn't tell you the model number actually, but I'm talking like 90s Mercedes. There's something about early 90s Mercedes cars for me that I just love. So I'd love one of those if I could have one. They're very boxy and angular, but that's something I really like about it. So those would be 3 or 4 cars I can name off the top of my head that I really like. My dad has like an amazing car. He has a BMW i8, I think. Basically like a little supercar. He's long retired now, and I guess it's sort of retirement gift to himself. But that car is awesome. It's really, really nice, but it's a bit too flash for me. But yeah. Don't be friends with me anymore, okay? No worries, chocolate drink. That's a good advice, actually, 'cause I don't want to be gaining any weight. Hey, Hoffman, thanks very much for the re-upping of your membership. 6 months. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Man, it's hard to drive while reading. Merc SLR. Yeah, I was going to say SLR, but I wasn't sure. Well, obviously it has a number after it, right? So I wasn't sure specifically which one it would be. Played SnowRunner for a long time ago. Or for a long time, a while ago, sorry. And while it's got great content, it was too repetitive for me, so I don't know what's changed. No, I don't think that really has changed. Although, ultimately, you're driving from point A to point B, moving things, you know? So the variety comes in, there's a different type of truck. You might have to move a different type of thing. Some missions have you moving like big oil rig parts or boats and things like that. Obviously some missions then are out at sea. You have to like go, well, not out at sea, but in deep water you have to pull like vehicles in and things like that. Now to be fair, I haven't played any of the DLC maps, so I don't know what's on Koala Peninsula, Yukon, Wisconsin, Amur, Dawn, Maine, Tennessee, Glades, Ontario, Columbia, British Columbia. I don't know about any of that, so that's all DLC stuff with the year passes. I know that they get you to do things like seismic modules that go out. You have to go up to a big hill in some remote area, map the land or whatever, and see where deposits are, stuff like that. So every now and then there seems to be other things. Should we take a left here or keep going? Yeah, we'll take a left here. But yeah, I mean, this is why. So it came out in 2020, and I probably play like 50 hours, and then I go like, you know, whatever, get a bit burnt out. And then for some reason I'm just like, oh man, some new stuff dropped for the game. I'll go back to it. And I'm still on the base game stuff. And it's again what's happened now. So I played maybe 100 or something hours in total. And then just recently I saw on Steam there was a sale. The sale could still be on it. It said it ended today sometime. Where everything was like 80% off except the newest DLC. So I just bought everything. Because, I don't know, I'm just like, oh, some of it looks so cool and I'd like to get back into it. But then it is such a massive time commitment. So what I'm trying to do is just focus on the main missions. It's tempting to go through and try to clear everything in a map. That's normally how I play open world games, but for this one, just trying to focus on the main missions. They should be the most fun ones generally anyway. Unless there's one that looks... If I drive by a swamp and there's just a truck stuck in it, I might try and pull it out or something, but other than that, for the most part, I'm sticking with the main missions. Golf GTI? Yeah, I like Volkswagen Golf. They look nice. Rosie really wants to get a Tesla. We sat in one just recently in a... Well, we didn't sit in it, actually. We just opened and peered inside at like a shopping mall kind of place. And they look nice. Probably like to get one of those. It's supposed to be quite nice. But yeah, so I'm learning to drive. My test is actually in just like a week or something. A couple weeks. Yeah, about 2 weeks. Hopefully I pass. Rosie passed hers earlier this year. And we just have a really small car at the moment. We have a... We just bought our first car like a few months ago, and we just got it on the cheap. We actually needed something really quickly because our friends are coming over from America and we wanted to be able to drive them around, so we had like 3 weeks to find something, so we didn't really get to shop around properly. And we got a Toyota Aygo X-Play from 2017, I think. So just a little second-hand car, but it was actually pretty decent because it was never really used. It was bought during COVID. And it was like kept in a garage the whole time, so it had like barely any miles on it. It's like 20,000 or something kilometers, comparatively speaking, for the age of the car anyway. So happy enough with it, but it's kind of like, yeah, I kind of want to get a different car when I get a license. So I've won a Tesla. Some big downsides. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get one where we live now. We live in an apartment and there's no way where we could charge it. The Lago. Yeah, so we wouldn't really be able to charge or anything. I've been reading a little bit more about them because only, you know, when you're actually properly looking to buy something would I start looking into them more seriously and what are the pros and cons, I guess. And obviously, if we move to, we're thinking of moving to Ireland, and there just isn't really like a charging network infrastructure kind of thing there, especially down south of Ireland. So it might be a bit impractical, but I'm not really too sure. We also wouldn't probably drive that much. We work from home, so. All swings and roundabouts, I guess. Alright, we're through. This is going quick. Greetings, the Stanislavson. Strongly recommend you try Derail Valley. It's a train driving simulator. Very well made. I'll make a note of it. Little notepad next to me. I'll just write things down when people bring them up. And take a look. I wish they made vintage models of cars, but they are electric. Yeah, I don't have any love for old... Like, I don't really mind if a car's electric or not. I can appreciate some people do. But, I like the old look of a car, like these 80s aesthetics cars that are electric. I think that's super cool. It's quite like it's like future retro. To me, anyway. Alright, so we're gonna go fuel station, bang out to here, circle... Oh, no, we don't do that. We'll just go straight through. Go along the cliff's edge. And then I don't even know where you get across here, but somewhere maybe here, and then we cut in, is it? It looks... Oh no, you have to go up... There, it looks totally boxed in. Cool. Alright, let's give it a shot. Great small car to get used to the roads and not worry about hitting anyone. Yeah, it's very flexible for parking. We were actually thinking of getting a Toyota Aygo, the bigger crossover car, actually. Just because, I don't know, just for our needs. It seems like it would be a good fit. Do I prefer electric or regular? So I'm really new to everything. I've never driven an electric car, so I can't really say, you know. Just not familiar enough with it. I'm not a petrol head. Like, I like cars enough. Like, generally speaking, I like cars. Like I mentioned, I have a few that I think look cool and seem cool to drive. And I've watched Top Gear. Played Gran Turismo and I've watched Top Gear. I surprisingly like to play racing games quite frequently. But I'm not a petrol head. You know, you see Joe Rogan or something, he's like, oh, I just love the sound of a car. It's like, brrr, and he makes all these loud noises. I'm like, I don't like that at all, man. I don't care about that whatsoever. So, I like cars, but I don't think I care about like what kind of engine's in them. So I don't know if that means I don't like cars or what, but I like the look of a metal box that can take me somewhere, and I want it to be as smooth and fast as possible, generally speaking. So yeah. I guess that means probably electric is probably the way for me. It's a nice relaxing drive, isn't it? Pink sky. This thing's a beast. No problem getting anywhere. Just gotta make sure we don't tip over in any... See, this game can often, for those who don't know, it can look really boring in some ways. And everything is boring until it's not. Like, until the one moment that you hit some rock and you tip over and fall over and you lose hours of progress. It's like, you actually have to be quite careful the whole time. But when things are going well, it just doesn't look like anything's... It's like, this seems fine, right? This seems easy enough. You like cars? Joe Rogan love cars. Game's looking great. Yeah, beautiful looking game. Really nice. So one of the reasons that actually made me want to get playing it again is they announced a new game, kind of in the series, called Expeditions. But they're focusing on scout vehicles, and that has some people a little dismayed. They wish they were focusing on big trucks and logistics again. But to me, I kind of feel like it's perfect for me, because this game still has so much content. It's got mods, modded maps, modded vehicles as well. I kind of feel like this is the game for the big trucks, and it will be for a while. But this other game is more, it seems more geared towards, like, you have a little drone, you're scouting out terrain, you've got very little information about where anything is, you've got depth meters in your car so you can see what parts of rivers can be traversed and stuff like that. Whereas if they just made big trucks again, I'd be all over it as well, but I just kind of feel like, well, I've already got that in this, you know, it's too soon, almost. This just released more DLC just recently. So I feel like I don't really need that. So I'm looking forward to seeing, like, how this... Oh, no. How this new one really works. Alright, hang on. I have to get a bit of a run up to it again. Don't want to tip over onto the side, so you have to go up, and actually maybe I can squeeze over on the right. At the left is probably a better way to go, but... Diff lock on? Oh, all-wheel drive wasn't on. There's the problem. Easy. Alright, nailed it. My little victory dance. Alright, we're through. Alright. Hey, drunk. Are there good hybrid car options available to you? I gotta be honest, I haven't looked. You know, I don't have very much money. So, I don't think anything out, you know, beyond like even 10 grand would be something I could afford. So to be fair, no would be the answer to a lot of these things. We're not really seriously looking for anything right now. Like, if I pass my test in 2 weeks, we'll just keep going with the car we have. We bought this little Aygo for like 8 grand, I think, back in February or March. And totally happy with it, it's fine. Like to get a better car, but any money we make now, just saving it towards hopefully getting a house. Housing market's obviously extremely expensive right now. And shows no sign of really snapping back suddenly. It might come down slowly, but because of that, I just don't think it'd be very practical to get a car. You keep saying that about Volvos. Yeah, Vauxhall seems to be a popular car brand over here, but no, not really. When I look out the window, just very quickly, to see what's around me, got a Toyota, Nissan, Ford, got a little Toyota Corolla, an Audi. Just got a bit of everything. You know, there's no one car that really dominates. There's a Tesla over there as well. Yeah, so there's a little car park outside, and there's a bunch of different cars, but there's nothing really I see a lot of over here. Alright, so we want to hit these watchtowers, unveil the map. Something else I want to do is I'm going to very quickly open up the website MapRunner. It shows you where things are on the map. The only thing I care about looking at and cheating with is to see where... Well, it's just to see where the upgrades are, because some of them can lie outside the bounds of a watchtower. Go... Rift? There we go. So we can see the circles are the watchtower coverage areas. And it looks like this map is so small that it doesn't seem to have anything outside of it. So there's an upgrade there, there. Is that it? Just two? Oh, and there's one. Is that it? Yeah, there's a third one over there. Alright, cool. So that's all I really need to know. The watchtowers will show me that anyway, so we'll just make our way to those. Anyway, because of that game, I bought a ticket for a traction ride on the Steam locomotive in Bulgaria. On the 22nd of September, I'll be a passenger of Steam Best Loco. Oh, nice. Cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, you meant in the game? Sorry. Because I remember we talked something about cars in Britain before. Might have been Vauxhalls, actually. I don't know. I don't really... I'll look, next time I go to a garage, I can check the garage list and see what's in. Or you could use that website if you want, maprunner.com. And it shows you all the cars that are in the game. Alright, so this one should be easy enough. The first tower anyway. Just go along there, we can move up. How's our fuel situation? We got plenty. Now, see, we've come such a long way, and there's no garage in this map, so if I tip over and fall over, no, like, easy way to get reset or anything, so gotta watch out for that. One little misread of a bump in a road could lose you 20 minutes or so. Buy a car for needs, not for luxury. Yeah, I mean, we don't drive very often, really. We both work from home, me and Rosie. So I feel like if I was driving all the time, you'd want a really, really nice car. That makes sense. You put more value onto the car because you use it a lot. For us, we just use it to go get groceries. I mean, that's it. Pretty much. So we don't need anything super fancy. It's totally fine right now. I don't like the car we have that much as Rosie does. I feel like it's just very small, and I don't feel very safe at it, to be quite honest. I feel like you get hit by a truck, you're dead. Like, no, just so dead. So I would just like something a bit bigger. It doesn't have to be better. It just needs to be a little bit bigger and more stable. Did I just drive by? Oh, I made it here very quickly. But yeah, I feel like whatever the next car we get is, we'll do some, what's it called, like driving tests or whatever? What are they called? Where you take it out for a while? Can't remember what that's called. Take it for a test run. Test drive, that's it. Not driving test, test drive. I'm gonna have to move around. That doesn't seem like it's an easy way to get up because the tree's in the way, so go through here. SUVs aren't safer? Well, it depends on the truck. You're certainly safer to get hit by something in a bigger car than you are a smaller car. So. All right. Smooth. Exactly, Toyota is generally safe, better than some big American SUVs. Yeah, so people seem to be jumping to, it's either the small car we have now or some massive American SUV. I said just a little bit bigger. We were looking at the Toyota Aygo crossover. It would be very similar to the car we have, but it's just a bit bigger. So that would give you an idea of something that's affordable to us, and probably more practical as well, because we still live near London and everything, so we can't really have some massive car. And it actually has a really high turning radius, so that seems like a good one to get. And it would be very familiar move from the one we have to this one now as well. AWD off to save fuel. I don't need to do that. Maybe in some instances, but if we're going off-road, I think it's fine. Alright, so there's a fuel station here actually, so we should be fine. Okay, so we've got 2 more towers to clear. And then we want to kind of find those upgrades. So I might go to this one, and then come back down. What's my fuel at now? 97. We've barely used any. We don't use that much. The engine's actually on, actually. Let's just grab these missions as well. Get moving. So, just real quickly, we did that, right? We did Pathfinder. Oh, we have to reach there. So that's actually what we're doing. Oh, right. I didn't realize. I thought we just had to go through the map. So yeah, we have to head to the northern road. But the road we're using to reach this new area isn't well suited for trucks, but there's no other road. Oh, sorry, but there is another road heading off from the village to the north. Need you to check out if it's more accessible than our current path, right? So let's plot this out. We're gonna go. Well, I guess we just follow this dirt road. Wow, looks like some huge thing stuck in there. Pretty much to here. And I might cross over to there if I can. Follow the road up, because it looks like thick mud there, so... Then we're going blind. Then on. We'll brighten up the day, just 'cause we're streaming. I think it's 6 a.m. Get brighter from here on. Hear the wolves. Exactly, Toyota is generally safe, but yeah, those car sharing apps seem like are like Game Pass, very handy, very cheap. Long run, better to own your own. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever like to do that kind of thing. We own our own car now. I feel like get another one. Have I been? Pretty good. I've actually been sick the last week, although I'm feeling much better now. Rosie's kind of caught it now, though. But, yeah, kind of on the last day of recovery. And I just had my birthday a week ago. Or a few days ago. What day is it? 2 days ago. Wow. Just turned 31. But, yeah, I was sick for it, unfortunately. Question. Of the 3 current series of the channel, which one's your favorite? Let's throw in Anno as well into the mix. Yeah, so City Skylines, Anno, and Satisfactory. If I was to say which of the 3 games is my favorite game, I'd say Anno would be my favorite game out of those 3. Is this the right way? Why I chose to go through the woods. Awkward. Anno's probably my... I think Anno is the best game of those 3, honestly speaking. Although you could see with mods, City Skylines being really the best city builder ever. But I don't really think of Anno as a city builder. I think of it as a great logistics game. Just a huge amount of content in it as well, even without DLC. But it's a tough one, you know. I genuinely do really like all of them. Satisfactory is super fun to play. Satisfactory is probably like the most satisfying of the 3. City Skylines is like the most dynamic. You can kind of do anything in it, especially with mods. And ooh, you can go down there. And then Anno, to me, is like the best gameplay loop. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I'd break the 3 down. So they all... I know that's kind of a cop-out answer. If I was to absolutely have to pick one, it would probably be Anno. If you could only buy one, that's one I'd recommend the most. If you could only buy 2, I'd probably go City Skylines next, just because of the amount of content that has and how much time that would last you. But that is just not a knock on Satisfactory. I love Satisfactory. But it is an early access game. It's not quite done yet, so... Here's that. Alright, so... I don't know if we need to take a left or a right. I'd say we'll go left. Go up that way. Thank you for the happy birthday wish. Yeah, thank you. Anno's technically one of the current series. It's the last episode will be on Saturday, and the last episode of Satisfactory will be on Tuesday. And then I'll be starting a new series for Satisfactory, continuing with City Skylines until City Skylines 2. And then for Anno, I'll be doing scenarios going forward, just trying out some of those scenario modes. We did one of them before on the channel. It actually did great, but I sucked at it. I lost. I didn't suck too bad at it. I hadn't played it before. They're very difficult. So yeah, I would like to do it again, but try to win it. And then there's like several of them that you can do. I think there's like 3 or 4. Nice, took the right road. Good. Oh, there's a truck up here as well. When you play games like this, do you play in first person or third? I feel like you have to play in third to see your wheels and stuff properly. But when I played with a wheel, I tried to stay only in first. Make it like hardcore, check your mirrors and things like that. But I feel like just some little things means that you really do need to see everything around you. But obviously that's just to help. You can see them as you're coming up to it, but I'll just take on those quests. You can just choose to do them later. You don't have to do them right away. This thing is a beast. I feel like it's, especially now that it's upgraded, it's very easy to use. Oh, that's the tower there. You got a driver license? Not yet. Hopefully, touch wood, in 2 weeks. I'm doing my test. So at the moment I've just been doing lessons since June. Started taking lessons in June. Test is on October 5th, I think. So please get off the road on October 5th. Make it easy for me. Yeah, let's roll down this hill. What could go wrong? About there, we'll cross over there. How do we do that? Oh yeah. Might be awkward. We'll see if we can get across there. Alright. I feel like this game has a tendency to make the roads too muddy to add to the challenge. Well, that's the idea, isn't it, really? Yeah. Well, the roads are fine, but it's the dirt trails, right? Are just extreme. It's like everything's fresh after like a storm, and that is the story in the game. If you follow like the little you know, quest markers and things and what they say, basically the story is that like, yeah, it's like obviously a remote place, and there's been a terrible storm that's blown in, and you're kind of going in to see if like you can get the basics back up and running for people. So it's like, oh, if you could just deliver us some materials, like we'll be able to get our factories back up and running and stuff. Well, it would be kind of cool if when you did that, like they repaved the roads or something. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, obviously just for the sake of it being a video game, I think everything stays the same. Although you see bridges and things get built, which is nice. I know 1800 finishing when? Saturday. Saturday. Thoughts on games like God of War? Love them. Yeah, I'm a Sony fanboy in a way. And I just started Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart actually last night. But yeah, God of War 20. So I play God of War. I never played as much the originals. I think I played the first one, and then I played the PSP Chains of Olympus one. Man, this is easy. You could winch yourself across, but I don't even need to. But yeah, that was one of those weird ones on PS2 I just didn't play for whatever reason. But almost every other PS2, PS3, like Sony game, I was all over it. But God of War just never really spoke to me that much. But then when I played the reboot in 2018, I loved it. That was great. Got a platinum. And just earlier this year, I think, or maybe at the end of last year, I can't quite remember, I platinumed God of War Ragnarok. So, love it. Love them both. Is this the right one? What am I missing here? Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a trailer or not. It is. But yeah, and Spider-Man and stuff like that. So the games that are on my backlog, I was playing Octopath Traveler 2 recently, and I just finished it last night. It took me 85 hours. A long-ass game, but it's really, really good. If you like JRPGs at all, it's honestly one of the best, like, ever. Definitely, like, top 5, for me, anyway. I was like just so blown away by how good it was. And it consistently good. It wasn't just like padded content for hours and hours. It was like constantly delivering new things. So it's a really, really good game. Has a couple of its own flaws or whatever, but it's still really great. And I just finished it last night, although there's still one secret boss that I want to finish so I can get the full achievements on it. I played it mostly on Steam Deck, and then sometimes just on PC regular. But that took up so much of my gaming time. But after that, now I want to play through a bunch of Sony exclusives that I just haven't gotten to yet. So Ratchet & Clank: Rift Apart. I want to play Spider-Man Miles Morales. I want to play Horizon Forbidden West. Ghost of Tsushima. Those are all games I'm just going to be doing one after the other now. And I have them all thanks to PlayStation Plus Extra. They're all on that service. Subscription service. So I'm just going to I'm just going to play through them one by one. Platinum them all. And then move on to more contemporary things, I guess. Thanks, Jared Dreek. Yeah, I'm mostly better now, actually. Yesterday was probably the last real day of being sick. Today, I just have a slight cough. It's not too bad. SnowRunner, where's the snow? I know, it's in Alaska in one of the other maps. Mentioned. So we just got one watchtower left. We did that other quest, so that's good. That's opened up some other quests for us to do. We'll just hit this watchtower first, then see what else we got. Taymyr. Yeah, the mud physics is what it's all about. It's very satisfying. Oh my god. That was a close one. Once you flip on your side or tip on your side, your winch becomes inactive. Very annoying. It says that the engine stalls. Is that a real thing? If your car is sideways, does your engine not turn on? I feel like it would. But in this game, your engine stalls, so you can't power your winch, so you can't correct yourself. Did you like Starfield? Yeah, I really like Starfield, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be playing it anymore just because it didn't do that well on my channel, which I kind of expected. I just kind of thought I'd throw it out there and just chance it, see if it did. But I was a couple days late to it because I was in Ireland for a wedding. I was away during the initial early access periods. I wasn't even like able to get out there with everyone else on the first day when the embargo dropped. But I really like it. I think it's great. But I had very low expectations for it. I think that's the... Almost everyone I talk to who's unhappy with it is because of stuff that isn't in the game that they'd like to be in the game. And almost everyone that is happy with it I know of just likes what's there. So it just depends on your expectations, I think, really. Although some people say, like, oh, objectively it is a bad game. I really don't agree with that. I think it's quite a fun game and good game to me, so... But each to their own, I guess. Anyway, the fuel doesn't get to the engine. Planes also stall when you do that. Unless there's some sort of fuel injector thing. Yeah, I would have thought, though. I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Plan to maybe streaming some of those games? No. Won't be streaming anything like God of War or any of those other games. Gotta play to your strength as a YouTuber, and or play to your audience, really. Like, you know, I would love it if everyone just watched me play anything, but I play a very eclectic, different amount of games. Like, I just think of the games I just talked about playing this week. I'm playing SnowRunner, a game about moving logs from one place to another. I just got done beating an 80-hour plus JRPG that's 2D pixel art. What was another one? Oh yeah, I mentioned I'm playing Ratchet and Clank now. Kind of a kid-friendly little light collectathon, slight action game, I guess you could say. Then I want to play like Horizon Forbidden West, this AAA open world, easy enough like RPG, I guess you could call it, action RPG. I just don't think you can maintain an audience throughout all of that. Some people who are really just here for me, which is great, that's nice, but a lot of people are here for me playing a certain type of game. And that's cool too, you know, I can't blame them for that. When I follow creators, I mostly, you know, I follow Jack Frags. I kind of follow him just to watch him play Battlefield, mostly. Every now and then I'll check him out playing something else, but I gotta be honest with myself when I'm like, yeah, when he plays something that isn't that, I'm not as interested, because I'm here for his thoughts and expertise, or just his style of gameplay with that type of game. And the good thing is, it's not like I don't like these games. I love them all, so it's all good. With this channel, anyway, I just play whatever I enjoy. Or I pick the ones I enjoy. People are like, play Transport Fever and a few other of these games, and I'm just like, unfortunately, like, I just don't really like them that much. I try to pick the ones I really do like, or Tropico and stuff. Like, I just prefer Anno, you know? I prefer City Skylines, I prefer Anno. I like Satisfactory, so those are the ones I'll just stick with until new games come out that I'm really interested in, like Manor Lords or Falling Frontier. games that would kind of fit the channel as well as be new that I'm interested in. Hey, Alana. I really like the name Alana, by the way. Shout out. Get that. So we'll just head over there. We'll hop over to it. Got to pick up a few of the upgrades in this map, and then we can stop scouting it. Check this little thing. Ooh. Suddenly loaded in. Is that a drivable vehicle? Local farm might not have been the pinnacle of motorized industry, but still won't hurt to check if they might still have some salvageable vehicles there. Fix anything you find and tow it to the service station. Ah, so it's a towable. Little towable vehicle. Back frags is great now. Why do you say that? Ratchet & Clank is GOAT material in my opinion. Nice, yeah, I love Ratchet & Clank. I played the, was it 2019 version? And didn't platinum it. I always feel real bad about that. But yeah, I'm playing the new one now. I wanted it as a palate cleanse, a shorter game in between playing these super long games all the time. Do you plan on playing City Skylines 2? Yep, when it comes out. I don't have early access to it like other creators, so I'll just play it as soon as it releases. Why don't you play Minecraft? I love Minecraft, yeah. I haven't played it in a long time, properly. I guess I would need to look into mods and stuff and what kind of mods to play with it. Just a bit of effort, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But I'd never say never. I might play it. It'd be very indulgent for me. The first YouTube videos I ever uploaded were like in 2011, and it was Minecraft. And it'd be a hell of a throwback to be going back to that and playing it with some shader mods and things. For me, anyway. Alright, we need to find that other... There's one other upgrade. So I'm missing 2 upgrades and 1 watchtower. Is there another watchtower here? Oh yeah. Alright, we'll head down there to that final watchtower. And there was 2 upgrades down there, I think. How are we for fuel now? 69. But we've got fuel on the roof rack as well, so we should be okay. Alright, let's plot this out then. We'll go across this way. Hopefully it's okay. Oh, we can get here quicker. Hang on. Sure, I can cross that water. This thing's a beast. So we just picked up an upgrade for this truck, but I actually already have an upgrade that's better than it, so it's a bit of a weird one. You feel like they would have put the later tier upgrades in this map, because it's harder to get to. Especially since some people said they added this map with free update. God, it reverses so fast as well. That minivan is GOAT. I guess the answer to not playing Minecraft is there's no good reason. Not yet. Like create mod that fits a channel. Yeah, exactly. So what I'd probably do... Oh, the create mod? Is that what you're calling the mod? Yeah, what I'd probably want to play is some sort of automation mod. Which I dabbled with before. I showed it on screen in a previous stream. Where I was playing... Immersive Engineering, I think the mod was called. And that was pretty cool, but it's intimidating. There's a lot to learn. And I feel like if I'm starting a series, I need to know a decent amount of it to be able to explain that back. No one really wants to watch me anyway. Sitting there going like, how does this work? I'm trying to figure this out, blah, blah, blah. You typically need to know at least 70% of it to have good content, I think. For me. My type of content. If I was just like really entertaining the whole time, laughing and joking and stuff, maybe you could carry it through the mistakes, but I'm not really like that. I'm more of a person who explains what I'm doing and thinks it through and stuff, so unfortunately that means it's like, well, I might have to put like 50 hours into the game to really understand it, go through the progression, understand how to get to certain things, and then you can start the series. But that's a lot of time commitment, so at the moment I'm just focusing on the 3 games that I'm doing. But maybe when Anno falls away, when I finish the scenarios, and if there's nothing really else out at the... What the hell is this? At the time by then. And that would fill the Saturday slot quite nicely and see if people would be interested in watching some Minecraft action. I'd be tempted to play it on hardcore as well. I don't know if that'd be a good idea or not, but it's like, okay, one life. So I'm going to say that this looks really deep. Looks really deep. We can just go around the side there. Hang on. Whoop. You just at this bit? There's lots of trees. We can always winch ourselves over, I'm sure. There we go. Nailed it. Almost got me. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I haven't looked at the create mod. I'll write it down. I think someone else did mention it to me before, unless it was you in a comment. Create Minecraft. What is create mod? If you could just explain it in like, you know, one sentence, kind of quick thing. Is it automation, logistics, or what? One little detail I loved is you naming the in-game characters after your channel members in Frostpunk. I love that too. People hated that in the comments, because I guess if you're joining the first episode and you're just watching some Frostpunk gameplay, people are like, I don't care what your patrons are called, man, you know, like, just play the game. But I thought it was cool. It really helped me get more into it because, you know, as a creator, I recognize the names of channel members because I type them in to credits every month. You get to know the names, and then you see them obviously in streams and stuff. So I know these names a little bit, just even a little bit, where it's like, oh man, it feels quite bad because I'm like, oh, that's someone I've seen for several months, and I just had to watch them die. Or freeze to death or something. So to me, it adds a lot. All about immersion. I need some markers here of where I'm going. Where is this tower? Okay. This looks like a pretty rough terrain, actually. Sorry, my camera's freaking out. There. I'm gonna take it nice and slow. Great mod for Minecraft is all about automation. Nice. It's deep but really cool and grows very naturally. Great, like, okay, that's good then. Yeah, I'll look up some videos and stuff. I don't think it'll be anytime super soon, but maybe in like a month's time. It could be something I try. Keen to see you play hardcore mode. And how's it? What's how's it? Oh, how is it? Things are good. Thanks, Station. Station. Yeah, no, things are pretty good. I was sick last week, but I actually seem to be a lot better now, so that's good. I was worried about the stream today. I was like, oh, I'm going to be coughing so much, but I haven't really been coughing at all. Looking forward to the beginner-friendly Satisfactory. Loving the content series so much that I got the game and started implementing some of the stuff you do. Yeah, what I'm really looking forward to as well is having blueprints, you know, from early on. So that should make life a lot easier. With build, and I have better ideas now for like, okay, I'm gonna build a road network that's like a hybrid. Jesus, that outhouse just exploded. Like a road network with a rail network built into it and stuff like that. I'm really looking forward to going through things now with it again. You sound okay? That's good, yeah. Alright, I can see another one of these vehicles up ahead. Man, this is just swamp the whole way through, is it? Maybe we can drive through it, I don't know. A little risky, but we'll see. I mean, if this thing can't do it, then nothing can. This is the best scout I have, basically. Or there is that DLC one, the Con Marshall Jeep that's very like this, but it's got even thicker tires, but it's only got 4. Excuse me. One of our men spotted a lone truck just by the lake. If you could fix it up, put it to good use. Alright, let's see if I can cut across the truck in front of it. It's got good mud physics, but the exploding fences are not 100% accurate. Alright, let's give the beans. Thing's a hell of a pathfinder. Look at it go. Oh. What did we hit? A stump? A floating fence? Come on. But yeah, for those who don't know, you can play this game multiplayer. I've never really done that, but it's kind of a cool idea. And one of the things that people do is like, you can bring a truck with you that has tons of fuel and repairs and a big winch or a crane, and you can go alongside your friend or whatever and help them get to really difficult places, form bridges, that kind of thing, pull them across. Love the idea of doing that kind of thing. 2 or 3 friends. Not find the APC in Zemnogorsk. Don't know. Tell me. I find the APC. I'm a real cat. Even with a game like this, I'm like quite casual. I couldn't even tell you what vehicles I've found, and I haven't. What is that one? The TUZ 420 Tatarin. So do you know where it would be on the? I guess I could look at the map and just see the online map. That is, see if I'm missing it. So map runner. So vehicles, take these off. The step 310, and there's the 420 Tatarin. So that one. It's an APC. I feel like I drove right past it and didn't remember seeing it look like that. But yeah, we could head up there again and have a look. Let's go. Alright, yeah, we can go have a check it out. I really like the one I've got now, but obviously got to catch them all. Alright, so we've done... Oh, I missed the upgrade. Damn. I have to go get that upgrade and then that's it. Oh, there's this one here too. Alright, we'll get that one first. So we'll get back on the road. But here... down there somehow. Am I low on fuel now? Must be quite low. Getting there. Right, 2 upgrades to go. Then we've got all the upgrades in Taymyr. That'll be all the watchtowers and all the vehicles found. It says all vehicles found then, so I did find it, I guess. And then it's just a matter of doing the missions. But maybe I must have had to tow it. Maybe it needs to be repaired, does it? Sometimes you find vehicles you can just hop straight in them if you can fuel them, but other times you have to obviously bring them back. That scout is a beast? Oh man, we have to get it then. That ad on the Map Runner website is freaky. I didn't even see it. See what it was. Dyson Ball Animal Multifloor? Was it different? Because that's the ad I'm seeing now. Detangles hair. And then they have the ad for the new Expeditions game. Oh. Maybe it was something else. That is freaky. Okay, I don't know. There's a lot of weird things going on. Let's not look at the ads. We play Satisfactory multiplayer. I don't play multiplayer with almost anyone, just because I don't really have the time, and I don't really like playing multiplayer games. But I did say when Update 8 comes out, I'll be hosting a multiplayer server for people to play in, but I probably won't really hop in there that often myself. It's just a preference thing. I just don't really like playing multiplayer games. Much to the annoyance of my friends. I used to play a lot of multiplayer when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, I just want to... Gaming is a very solitary thing for me. I like playing games on my own. Great escapism. The primary reason I play games. And I like to be really immersed in games, and when you have someone on a mic or even just in the world not acting like how you feel like they should, it just totally takes me out of the game. But to others, games are very social, so you know, each to their own. $61.95. Alright, 1 upgrade to go. See if we have maybe time to run to the... I don't even think we need to. the fuel. I don't think we need to. Let's go straight on again. Back out this way. Switch over there and. That's an opportunity to make friends and. Yeah, no, totally. I can see that. Yeah. Well, that's why I like the idea of hosting a server, so that maybe people can find each other and find a little community of people that have a shared interest. But I don't need that. I've only got like 3 or 4 friends really now, and they're all over the world. One's in London, so that's close by. One's in LA, one's in Ireland, who was recently traveling the world, but he's back. And I can't even make time just to hang out with them, even online, so I got them. My hands are full. By the way, everyone like and sub. Yeah, of course. Like and sub. But yeah, no, I'm excited, just generally speaking, for the channel and the prospects of the future. Hopefully everything goes well. But I finally got like a schedule like in mind that I'm planning on actually hitting. Oh, fuck. Because I never really had one before. I know that's kind of crazy to say. I just kind of did videos as quick as I could for whatever respective series I had. But now I've kind of like updated the logo and the branding a little bit. And I've got a good, decent schedule, I think, in mind for what I'd like to be able to do. So I'm excited to just kind of get to work, really. It was just so annoying to be sick as soon as I kind of had the schedule figured out. But hopefully, now I've got like no... My parents are coming over in 2 weeks, but other than that, I've got like no holidays or anything planned or anything. So looking forward to the next few months, really. Should just be good, hopefully good, solid content. I can make this, right? Didn't mean to turn off the engine, that was a mistake. Oh yeah, I had this problem before. I don't really know what it is, but I can't select my own winch. It makes the noise, but it doesn't do anything. Why? If I just press winch, some random object, it works. But I can't actually, like, specifically pick. I don't know why. Like, normally you just click, yeah, whatever point. Anyone know what's up with that? I had that just the other day. I don't know if it's only this vehicle or what. Alright, cool. That's all upgrades in Taymyr. What's kind of thing? I live in Ireland. So I meant like the group in the like in the YouTube group. Yeah, no. I know I said it before. The mud physics are so good. Yeah, I'll try to get you a nice, hot close-up shot of the mud being deformed. If it doesn't work, change to a different truck and back. Is that the issue? Because I never had this before until just recently. I've got no other truck in this map, so I'll just have to leave it for a bit. But so, last thing to do with this then is I just want to bring it back to the fuel station. And then we're good to switch and start looking through the quests and seeing what else we can do. So today, I feel like we've already done a decent amount today. Completed a quest. Completed 2 quests, actually. And then got all the upgrades in a region. All the watchtowers. Man, there's nowhere to get through here. It's very tight. There we go. If it doesn't, it's just a glitch. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you like that bond with an A, with an E? Not you, but I'm a bit bored. I get bored quickly, so I'm just gonna leave. Sorry, no worries, Alana. No problem at all. It is a slow game, so I can appreciate it. It's okay. See you later, and thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I mean, these type of games are fairly slow to watch, so I can appreciate that. But I kind of feel like they're decent just to chat with the person driving, the creator. But a total laid-back, chill stream is the idea. It ain't high octane. Drink and drive here for a second. Yeah, good second monitor content indeed. Alright, so where do we go from here? Oh, I was supposed to take a left turn. Whoops. Alright. I love it. It's my favorite game. Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, it's very addictive. If you have a little bit of OCD, it really scratches that itch of just wanting to clear the map of all the icons, do all the like tasks or whatever, upgrade your truck. Just very good, solid progression all the time. You play with mods, Trusty? See that? It feels like a lot of people who play this do play with mods. I've never looked into it. I'd like to almost get through most of the entire game vanilla before ever trying any mods. Because I see modded vehicles where it's like, oh, a log carrier that can carry 3 logs at once. And I'm like, that's just like cheating, really. But although at the same time, I can appreciate like some of the things where it's like, carry this over back and forth 6 times. I'm like, that's like too much, isn't it? You're gonna make me do the same thing 6 times? Where did I go wrong here? Wow, I took a completely wrong turn. Yeah, this thing is a beast. Oh, it wasn't that good until I upgraded its engine. And then it has like a higher potential gear. It used to only go up to 5. But now it's just, its power to weight ratio is like huge. It just seems to be able to tackle anything. The 6 wheels, obviously, it just carves through mud. So it's really is super, super good. The Con Marshall DLC kind of Jeep was the one that was my go-to before this one. Alrighty, we'll just take on that quest and then let's see what we need to do. Wow. Wow, that was a bit of a bang. Thanks. Okay. Oh, I see that. Some super strong plant pot there. Oh, we've already tracked it. Cool. Alright, I'm just gonna back up. We'll just park up. Found a little small flatbed trailer. Here we go. What a beast. Did the job very well indeed. So, that's what we got next. A bigger boat. Delivered to the shipwreck in the quarry. 3 medium logs. That'll finish off the Taymyr Russia. Loud and clear. Delivered to the old lumber yard. A vehicle spare parts times 2. Something we get in the quarry, is it? Vehicle spare. How am I supposed to get through here, though? Because it's a super tight entrance, isn't it? Only the entrance through there, and it's like through a rock. Like the gap is so small. I don't know how you can actually deliver anything through there. That seems really difficult. And then Tiger Oil, what do we have? Delivered to the base station in the rift. Again, wooden planks 2 and metal beams 2. So would I just have to do it with this thing, I guess? In this... Suppose with a little flatbed carrier, we could pop some wood and stuff on the back of it. this thing be able to pull a trailer with 2 slots? Feels like it's what I'd need to do. I gotta say, I've never used the small 1-slot flatbeds. Ever. I don't even know if it can. Yeah, it looks okay. Well, let's bring this back to the trailer store and see what we can bring back. I would like to drive some bigger truck though. Maybe we could break it up, and the next quest I do, there's one where I have to go, I think do that geology scanning thing, so we could maybe do that. That could be fun. Something a bit different. Switch vehicles for a little while. Oh, sorry. I try not to, but I try them out sometimes. But no OP stuff. Wheel loader, currently nothing. I can play co-op with my wife who doesn't have any mods, yeah. You can get a big one in there. Not a huge, but the normal one should fit. We'll have a look when we're going through this pass one last time, because I didn't think I'd be able to get a truck through there. You mean a truck or a trailer? I just feel like a truck is not going to fit. Could be wrong. It's either that or you have to make 4 journeys with one of these little things. Don't like the idea of doing that either. Oh, I know the truck that should be able to do it actually. Yeah, I've got an idea. The Ank something is a beast, and it's like super flexible. Just put something on the back of it, no trailer. That should be able to make it. Maybe even with a trailer it could make it. I would say a small truck. I flipped trucks so many times at that pass. Yeah, I'll show you the truck I have in mind. I'm thinking about now. God, man, that is narrow. That is so narrow for a truck to come through. Holy crap. Yeah, man, that's rough. But I think I've got the man for the job. Not in this map, actually. I'm gonna move this slightly out of the way here. Leave it parked over here for the moment. Alright, we'll brighten up the day again, and we'll switch to the, whatever I called it, the Ank MK38. I think this is it. I think this can do it. The question is, could I be so bold, so daring, as to even take that trailer with me? And bring 4 things. And what do I need again? Actually, I should check. 2 wooden planks, 2 metal beams. Get the metal beams right here. Then if we go through to the quarry, if I go all the way up there, I actually come out the top left bit, don't I? Which is really close then. Yeah. No, it's just the one entrance, yeah. I think I did it in the entire river, the Azov 6 with 2-slot flatbed and 2-slot trailer. I think it'd be fun to try it with the trailer on. That seems to make sense. Alright. So, we'll go to the factory. Well, we have to make 2 journeys anyway, because isn't metal beams, they're 2-slot size. So, no matter what, that's going to take that. Now, they need to be delivered second. Where do we get wooden planks? Quarry. Oh my god. All the way back to the drowned lands. there. Okay. Alright. Make it quick. I'll recover the vehicle back to the garage. We'll go down, get the wooden planks, drive straight through. If this truck can make it on its own, then I can hitch the flatbed to it, or the wagon to it, and try to do it with metal beams as well. That's the plan. So the 2 wooden planks should only take up what's in the back, so we can go through with just this truck on its own. I'll just see, is there any improvements we can get? Explore Alaska. Damn. Tempting to do that, actually. Wheels are we rocking right now? Got a better winch, do we? An advanced medium truck winch setup combining both the extended rope length and improved motor. Reasonably powerful motor. This winch setup is capable of pulling heavier trucks along with their cargo out of almost every tough spot. I don't know, is high power better than advanced then? Sometimes they're like, the middle ones are like longer, so I don't know. I'll leave it. I don't think I'll need the winch anyway, but what else? That's fine. Alright, let's just go like this. Not that I'm an expert, but it feels the only thing missing in these types of games is passing other NPC vehicles on the road. It can feel very lonely. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, I guess to some extent. I guess the idea is that you're the person out there trying to rebuild the area for others. It's like, oh, there's been a storm. That's why this place is flooded. Although, I guess, yeah. You think on the main road, at the very least, you'd see every now and then other trucks doing something similar, but... Advanced is the best? Alright, we'll get the advanced then. Oh, I have it. Okay, cool. Alright. So, alright, to begin this journey, we have to go all the way down to the sawmill, which should be easy enough to get to. What road do we want to take? The curly one? No. Take this one. Hello. Actually, yeah, no, sorry. To be decisive, I will take this one. I know that this bit can be a bit of a trip up, but... Yeah. Alright, we'll take the road, cut into here, and then go down that way. Bit of a long way around, but I've taken these routes before and I just feel like that's probably safest. And this truck is fast. This shouldn't be too bad. Got some thick wheels. I found that just driving on this road, you just smashed into little rocks and it kills your suspension, but we'll be going to a place that has repairs anyway there, so I don't really care. We'll just drive fast. It'll be fine. Take a few hits on the way. Man, it is foggy today. Oops. Reading chat. Sorry, I might have missed a few things in the chat there. Oh yeah, if it says one, yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I sell parts all the time. I know that it's probably skipped over a few times there, but it's all good. Yeah, so basically the first leg of this journey is just going to be 2 slots in the back of this truck, right? So we'll put the wooden planks in there. And then we have to make 2 journeys for the metal beams anyway, so then I will add the trailer and see if we can do it again, but actually fit the trailer through as well. That'll be the big test. God, it's so foggy. No text and drive. Man, it's so crazy that people do that. I see it. You see it all the time. I just can never get over it. I can't believe that people do that. Whoa. Not bad. He'll be fine. Don't worry. Think can handle it. Need the LED high beams? Oh yeah, I guess so. Oh my god, sorry, I was trying to read the chat. It's so difficult. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Drive like this. I never really use high gear. It always feels too slow. Darren gave his YouTube info to his driver instructor on his best behavior. I didn't actually. He's never asked me what my channel's called or anything, but we've talked about it a little bit. He actually just recently got... Oh, I don't know if I should say actually, yeah. Well, another really big YouTuber, like a big YouTuber with millions of subscribers. He's teaching his producer, so... I don't know what the producer does necessarily, but this is someone with many millions of subscribers. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. He was just like, oh, I have like another kind of YouTuber there. He's like, not the YouTuber specifically, but he's like his producer, and I'm training or teaching him or whatever at the moment. Because he was like, oh, I don't remember the guy's channel name. So I was like, oh, make sure you find out. I want to know who it is. And I thought it was going to be someone with like couple 100,000 or something. It was like somebody who's absolutely massive, and they're not even English. So I was surprised that I guess he had them. Yeah, no, my instructor's like a private instructor. He's not part of any big group or anything, so, and he's local to the area. So he was like, oh, you know, I was saying like, oh, that's kind of cool, like, you know, you might get a shout out or something from some big channel or something, then you get loads of business. And he's like, well, honestly, I think he was saying like, he's like, I'm fully booked as it is, and I don't plan on adding any more drivers or anything. I'm just a guy on my own, so he's kind of like all good. And I was like, oh, do you like think you'll raise the price or something, you know, if you're tapped out, if you can't take on any more people? And he's like, no, like it just feels like we're already kind of expensive, and that'd just be kind of unfair on people. I was like, wow, that's very noble of you. I was like, you don't want to have more drivers or do anything else? Like his dad also does it on his own. I was like, would you not combine with him or get some more other people in from the family or something and try to make a business out of it? And he's like, no. So I was like, all right. Dude's low-key making like at least 6 figures on his own. He's just like, yeah, this is good. Because he showed me his schedule, his phone. He's like super just full up with tests constantly, or lessons constantly. And it's £85 a lesson for 2 hours. So, and he does like 6 days a week. So you do the math on that. It's like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. You know, $42.50 an hour. I don't know what he's making. He's making a lot. Pretty good amount. But he's great. My instructor is really, really, really good. Like, really good. I have friends with other instructors, and this guy's after finding me, like, a test way ahead of other people and stuff, so he's awesome. And he's very nice, very friendly, and knowledgeable, and he's never, like, lost his shit or anything like that. He's very calm and super flexible. Because I was sick this week, I had to cancel on him, like, kind of last minute, and I felt really bad about it. And I was willing to, like, actually just pay for the lesson, because I felt like I kind of did him dirty by canceling just, like, a few hours before. And he's like, no, it's totally fine. I told him a day before, I was like, there's a chance I might have to cancel because I'm sick. So I was like, if you can find anyone else, you just let me know. And just take that person. But no, he was all good with it, so he's great. Anyway, I pay with shoutouts. 75 to use code Darren. Well, that's the other thing, actually. We finished 10 minutes early once. Just because of whatever way it worked out. He was just driving back, or I was driving back, and the lesson just kind of finished about 10 to 15 minutes early. And he just texted me, he's like, hey, just so you know, just pay me like a little less next time for the 15 minutes we kind of ended early with this one. And I was like, wow, that's really, really nice. You didn't have to say that. You know, I could have brought it up, but I didn't. So he just seems genuine. Very cool dude. Very nice. How old am I? I'm 31. I turned 31 2 days ago. Yeah, they're a gaming channel, yeah. That other channel. Well, actually, not so much anymore. Well, when YouTubers get that big, they kind of stop doing games. But not so much anymore. It's not PewDiePie. But, yeah, it's kind of a mix of videos now. But known for gaming, I think, overall would be fair to say. Driving instructor is watching now, judging your skills. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I was talking to him in the car about it, and I was saying, like, oh, I'm playing City Skylines, this game where I have to, like, design roundabouts, and he's trying to teach me roundabouts at the time. And I was like, oh, right. I guess I've been making them wrong this whole time. But no, nothing ever that crazy happened. I generally had the idea right. Good. But it's just been funny playing it. I started my journey with City Skylines the same time I started learning to drive. So it was really interesting having to like figure out road layouts and stuff, and optimal paths and merging lanes and all this kind of thing, when also having to think about how to do that in real life. Because for 8 years, I've lived over here 8 years, something like that, and I just walked everywhere because we lived in a town. So I walked 2 minutes to work when I worked at that company, and then after that, when we moved a little further out, we just take the bus if we wanted to go somewhere. But I also lived in a town, and it wasn't until like last year that I actually lived somewhere where I had to take the bus a lot in this place, because it's like a housing development with not much like amenities around it. So it was really weird, because driving, it meant like I didn't know any of the roads around me. I didn't know any of the road rules because I hadn't been in a car. I'd probably been in a car, in the back of a car in this country, maybe 5 or 6 times the entire time I was here. And probably in a bus maybe like, I don't know, 30 or 40 times maybe in total. So it was like, wow, I really just have not been exposed to driving and like road signs or anything to do with the rules of the road, because I just don't think about it. So it was really learning everything from, it felt like learning everything from scratch, in a way. Right, so we've got our 2 wooden planks. I guess we can just head maybe this way. A little tight. Where are we going now? We have to go all the way up there. Honestly, just the way I came is probably the best way to go. Might have to just go back. Asmongold. Yeah, it's not Asmongold or Mr. Beast. I was saying it to him though. I was thinking, like, if you were a big YouTuber, imagine you had like, I don't know, 20 million subs, and you were doing driving lessons. I was like, surely you don't have to like wait to find a test and a lesson like everyone else. Can't you just like pay 10 grand or something to just get it done instantly? You know, the actual test, because at the moment you can't get a test as early. The earliest tests are in February. You have to wait for cancellations or swap with people who have them earlier. Fog is starting to clear a little bit, yeah. And I was kind of thinking, like, isn't there like a service for just like rich people to get ahead of the queue somehow, or get some super private instructor / testing situation so they don't have to? Because I just almost can't imagine like some famous actor or actress, I don't know, like Anya Taylor-Joy or something. It's like, oh, I'm just doing my driving test out on the road with everyone else. I guess I don't know why not, but it just feels weird to me that they would just do it with everyone else. But my instructor said, no, there's no way you can do that. Everyone does it the same. I was like, really? Okay. Look at my guy, he's so happy. The best job ever. Are we for fuel? This thing, the only problem with this truck though, it just absolutely destroys fuel. Burns through it so fast. But I often use this truck as just a really quick way of getting places through the mud. Like, it's just light and quick. And it seems to be able to traverse mud like quite easily. Loading sign there. But yeah, it's nice when you're at this stage of the game in a way, because when you first start a new region, it's just pain. You're just getting stuck everywhere. You have to wait for upgrades. All the trucks you're using just aren't compatible with like different things. It's like, oh my god, things take so long. You're figuring out the roads for the first time. But at this stage now, I feel like I know the map fairly well. And I've got fairly upgraded trucks, although that's the interesting thing. I guess you can take these trucks into future DLC maps, so I guess the game only gets easier, maybe. If we're saying Russia as a map is quite difficult. But I found Alaska to be the hardest so far. Get out of this mud and move over to the right. Someone is calling me. From London, England, it says. Tommy Innit lives in Brighton. He's 19, so his producer might be of a similar age. Oh, I've never heard of Tommy Innit. Kincaid closed down the DMV to take any license pick. Oh yeah, told me that before. How many viewers do we have right now? I'm gonna say 750,000. I don't know, if I was guessing I'd say maybe 100. I don't know. Interesting to see afterwards if people like these types of streams, because I know it's like quite slow, fairly chill. But every now and then I'll probably still stream City Skylines and Satisfactory and stuff, but I like playing this. It's a guy called Tommy, Innit, bruv. Amur is easily the hardest. Amur. 93? Oh, well. Decent. Alrighty. We are here. 93, 92, 91. Lana's back. Couldn't stay away. Okay, I don't need any more real-time info on the viewer count, especially if it's going down. So I'm good. But thank you. 82. Let me know if it gets to 69. It's going down. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I just asked what it was. I don't need to have it every time. 8. Anyway, as soon as Darren mentioned the lurkers, they all poofed. They're like, oh my god, we've been spotted. Alright, so, take a mini break here. See where we gotta go. So we gotta travel on the regular roads. Yeah, we can go through here, I think. We'll top up our fuel, and then it's onto the quarry, and then that should be pretty straightforward in terms of getting to the cliff edge that we have to try and navigate. Anyway, the whole test you're speaking of baffles me. My dad logged my driving hours over 6 months when I was 16. Then I took a written exam and got my driving license. No class or instructor, no real cost. Oh, that's nice. What country are you from? So in England, the way it works is in England, you don't actually need to have a certain amount of lessons or anything. You can actually just, go and take your driving test, whenever you want. But you do have to sit in a car and show an instructor or a tester that you can drive safely for 40 minutes and follow the things they ask you to do. They ask you to do several things. So that's what the driving test is. The driving test is 40 minutes. So 20 minutes, you're following a sat-nav that they give you. You can't follow the one in the car. They give you a very specific one. And they'll tell you to go somewhere on a certain test route. And then during that time, they'll ask you to do things. They'll be like, in Texas? They'll ask you things like, all right, when it's safe to do so, pull over on the left-hand side of the road. And they'll ask you to do that like 3 or 4 times, just to see if you can find a good spot. You do it safely, you do it while checking, you don't hinder the traffic on the road or anything like that. Then they'll ask you like one of 6 things, and one of them can be, or they'll ask you to park in one of 4 ways. So it could be any one of the 4. One could just be just park behind a car, whatever, on the left side, that's fine. One could be forward park into a zone, a bay of your choice in like an actual parking area. One could be reverse park into a bay. One could be reverse parallel park out on the road. Or the final one is park on the right-hand side of the road. So we drive on the left over here, but park on the right-hand side of the road and then reverse back 2 to 3 car lengths. So one of those 6, I think, can be asked. Obviously, if you just get the forward park, that's like sweet, super easy. If you get one of the other ones, it's like, gotta do this. What else? They ask you, when you first sit in the car, before you actually move off, there's 14 questions they could ask you. They only ask you one. One of which could be, for instance, how would you check your motor oil, or your engine oil, or your brake fluid? How do you check that these are at good levels? How do you check tire pressure? Those kind of things. You have to be able to answer one of those. If you don't get that right, you just get a minor. You're allowed to build up 14 minor marks before you get a fail. But if you get one major, you just fail instantly. So a major, for instance, would be, I made a silly mistake in, I'm just doing mock tests with my instructor now all the time. So he'll just drive and pretend to be like a tester. One of the mistakes I made was very silly. He said, like, all right, when you're ready, just park over on the left-hand side. So imagine I'm driving here. I'm like, okay. I was looking for a second, and then I saw this little outcrop on the left, like a little cut in. And I was like, oh, there we go. So I'll just park in there. And as soon as I pulled in, I realized it was a bus stop. And he's like, Darren, you just failed. The bus stop. I was like, I know. I only saw it after I'd already committed to kind of pulling in. Now, I had it in my head that it was an okay place to go because the week before when we were doing this thing and he said pull over somewhere on the left, he was like, oh, you took a really long time to do it. You still did it fine, but you went by several places you could have parked in. And where I could have parked was like little parking bays that were like these little cut-ins to the sidewalk. Just like the one where there was a bus stop, but with no bus stop, right? Just reserved parking for people. And he's like, yeah, that's totally fine. You could have parked in there if you wanted to. So I think I had it in my head like, oh, that's one of those. And then I just as I kind of was getting up to it, I was like, oh my god, no, this is a bus stop. And as soon as you kind of cross that line, it's over. So you could fail on something really simple and silly as that. Or if you're trying to, there's loads of ways you can fail, obviously, like, it all depends on certain things. But you could also be going too slow, or you could be too hesitant at a roundabout. Loads of things can build up like minor marks and fails and stuff like that. If you're at a red light and you stop like an inch over the line, fail. You know, just straight up fail. There's loads of things like that, so they're pretty rigorous with their tests. But at least in England, you don't need to have done lessons. In Ireland, you need to do at least 20 lessons. Official lessons, which means you have to pay. And they ain't cheap. Yeah, in Ireland, though, Alana, you need to actually have shown that you've done lessons. They introduced that a few years ago, I think. Whereas you don't have to have that in England, at least. It's just like, oh, if you want to learn from your parents and just go take a test, you can do that. And the great thing over here, you can drive before having to do your theory test. So in England, there's a theory and practical. And the theory test is just a questionnaire, 40 questions. And you need to get like 37 of them right or something like that. Or 40, actually, it's like 50 questions. You do get like, I don't know. You're allowed to get a few wrong, but not that many. But I did my theory after I was already learning, because I just didn't know the road very well. So I was like, fuck it, I just want to do, have an instructor teach me the road signs and various other things, and then I'll do my theory test. And that worked out really well, because I was able to pass it first time. Only barely, but I did pass it. Alright. That would be brutal. Yeah, so people fail on small things all the time. You touch the curb when you're parking, fail. Loads of things like that. Actually, you're allowed kind of touch the curb, but if you kind of mounted the curb at all, even a little bit, like if your car kind of went up a bit on it, that's a fail. But you can get some testers that might be a bit more strict than others with certain, you know, things like that where it's a bit ambiguous. But yeah, it's pretty rigorous. That's why I'm not worried. I'm pretty confident driving now. I feel like I'm fine. But I'm just worried I'm going to make one of these very small, obscure mistakes that will constitute a fail. So we'll see. I'll follow the road. I feel pretty unsafe about people that learn from their parents. Here, a lot of Belgian people show they can't drive. Yeah, it just seems to be the case that everywhere you encounter people that just don't follow the rules very well. I wouldn't even say they can't drive. I'd just say I feel like a lot of people just knowingly, like, bend the rules. Because they all, I mean, I assume, anyway, because over here they have their license. They've been through this before. But people will just, like, not indicate, you know. They're in a lane that says left only and they don't go left, they go straight or something. And just all these little small things where it's like, yeah, you're just taking a shortcut. I can tell you're just taking a shortcut. And look, it's easy for me to say because I've only been driving 3-4 months. So I'm following the rules and everything's grand, everything's fine. And I'm like, I don't know why you wouldn't, but I'm guessing in 10 years, maybe then I'll get lazy with it. I don't know. I like to think I won't, but the thing that really baffles me is people who speed. I just have no time for people who speed. I just don't think there's any excuse for it, but that's just me. Apparently, there's some debate about whether it should be acceptable or not. And it's like, I just don't think it's ever acceptable to speed. You could have an empty road and nothing on it, and I still don't think you should do it. Oh, fuck. Because I remember it was Two Hands in our Discord posted a picture of a road to me. He's like, look, it's a clear road. Are you telling me you wouldn't break the limit there? And I'm like, absolutely not. Because it was like these little houses and walls and things. And you don't know, a kid could just run out on a bike or something just randomly, like super fast. It's not about whether you can control it or not. That's the problem that everyone has. It's like, oh, well, I could control it. I'm in control, so I'll be able to stop. But it's like, if you're going really fast and someone else does something, you have less time to react to it. And that's all it comes down to. So I would rather always play it safe than just risk getting somewhere literally a minute quicker. So it's not worth it for me. And I think I talked to people before. There was such a great example for us when we were driving. Rosie was driving us to Horsham. I say us because our friends were in the back at the time. And this blue BMW, was going quite fast. And I can't remember what happened, but he like zoomed ahead of us because I think maybe we were following the limit or whatever, and he just wanted to get in front of us. You could tell he was trying to get ahead of us, and eventually he overtook us and very aggressively like skidded as he kind of went down the road. And about 5 to 6 minutes later of just driving normally, we came up to a red light where we were right next to him. And to me that just showed, well, there was no need for it. You know, yeah, you got your little extra 10 miles an hour or whatever, and you pulled ahead for a few minutes. But because of traffic lights and traffic and just cars in general, we ended up in the same place at the same time. So just completely like, that was such a great moment for me. Because I was like, wow, like that just really shows that's just not worth it, in my opinion anyway. Oh yes, easy. Got it. Anyway, people speed down the road and stop at a red light. Yeah, exactly, yes. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not a speed freak though, I like to go slow, so. Yeah. Others don't have the same knowledge as someone who had 40 hours of training. Are you kidding? Turn signals are accessories. In 10 years, you'll be able to fly StarCraft with your game knowledge. When I was driver's education in high school years ago, my driving instructor had us drive him around to run his errands. Oh, that's bullshit. That's so funny, though. I've actually been thinking of doing that the other way around, though, where it's like, actually, can I use this time where I'm driving to do some errands? Because I didn't have to do it, thankfully, but Rosie is sick now because I got her sick, I guess. And I was kind of thinking, like, oh, maybe during my next lesson we could stop off at, like, the pharmacy and grab some, like, medicine or something. But I've never actually done that. I failed my first test by not checking blind spot exiting a roundabout in Sweden. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little tricky always having to check that way when going around a roundabout, because you're kind of managing a lot of things at that time. You got to get your signal down right, make sure you're in the right lane or whatever. You got to kind of be observing what the other cars around you are doing to some extent. That's the tricky bit. And then roundabouts are crazy, man, because people just don't. It's been really good going on these different mock tests because my instructor will take us on the routes that you go on during the test. So we've gone to a couple of roundabouts where one of them, just very quickly, one of them is a roundabout. Actually, no, I'll just show you. Why the hell not? Yeah. And I'll show you where a lot of people make this mistake. And you almost can't really blame them for it. So, there's a Sainsbury's here. Market. Actually, let's go satellite view because it'll be easier to see the road. Good. Never had that before. It just fades out. Right. So Sainsbury's, big car park. Right. You come in off of this road here. I know it's kind of hard to see my mouse. So you come in off of here. Come in, and then to get out, follow this road out to here. You can actually come in here if you want to just go to the petrol station, I guess. Right. So as you're leaving, as you're coming out this way, there's 3 lanes. Oh wow. 3D situation going on. There's 3 lanes, right? 3 lanes. One of them is just for the road coming out of Sainsbury's. Now, there's not much time between there and this roundabout. Okay, so it's very short distance, generally speaking, because you're also trying to maybe merge to get onto the other 2 lanes. And the reason you have to do that is because this one is a left only. So as you're coming out of Sainsbury's and you're coming along here, if you don't get over to the other side quickly, you have to take a left. But what you learn from just a little bit of experience on this roundabout is it's 50-50 whether the person in this lane is going to turn left or not, or just continue going straight. And that's a problem because if you're here in the correct lane to move to here, you've now got this problem of, well, this person might do that, which means you have to kind of shift over more to the right, which means the person that was on the inside, if they decided to go, is also going to be trying to get there. You always see people beeping and having problems right here because whether it be their fault or not, I mean, they should turn left. If you're in the wrong lane and you just can't do anything about it, like, you should just bite the bullet and turn left, get out of the way. Or what you'll end up getting is people coming over here very aggressively trying to move in quickly. And during like rush hour or whatever, a lot of traffic backing up here and people can't really do that. So it's just one of those things that you learn. You're like, oh, okay, I know that if I'm in this, I'm going to really have to check my blind spot, for instance, that the person in this lane is almost more than not going to continue going forward. So it's just little things like that where you learn these routes, broadly speaking. And it's great practice because you know that that's on the test route. So it's like, okay, I got to be super careful on this one. Because if the instructor feels the need to ever put the brake on or touch the wheel or something, it's a fail instantly as well. Like if you didn't check that mirror properly. Little small things like that. Local knowledge, yeah. That's the thing. I'm at the point now where I know everything. It's just I kind of just need to know get familiar with certain little oddities in the roads. It's like, oh, there's just little places where things are not ideal for everyone, so people are more prone to making mistakes or not following the rules. Anyway, we'll see. Hopefully, I passed. The last 2 or 3 mock tests I did, I failed on small things though, so I'm getting a little nervous. But the mock tests I did before that, the 3 in a row where I was passing every time, so it's always just these small little things. So I kind of almost feel like it's going to be down to chance or getting a little lucky. My lesson will be actually at a good time though, generally speaking. It's not at a very busy time. The roads should be fairly clear. And we're doing tests or lessons during those times now just to recreate the exact conditions I'll be getting. Anyway. If you speed to get somewhere quicker, you also need luck on your side to beat traffic lights and other crazy drivers. It's not worth the risk. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. We mostly use the car to go food shopping. Oh, sorry. Good thing the Autobahn doesn't exist in the UK then. Food shopping and go to the market. Luckily, we don't have to get in a car every morning for work or driving in the evenings, so we avoid getting frustrated. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's easy to say, like, okay, you don't need to speed. We're never running late for anything because we don't have to get to work on time or something like so. The worst case is usually we have to go to the cinema and we're running a little behind, but even then it's like, it's fine. Alright, so I have to deliver these to the base station, then we have to do this trip one more time, but we'll do it in a bit more of a complicated way. Okay, so here. I'll take the long way, I don't think it matters too. Alright, let's go. One thing I don't like about this truck is so much smoke comes out from the exhaust. I can barely see what I'm doing sometimes. Look at that. What a beast. It glides over hills. I feel like I need to switch to a bigger truck to show you some of the pain that you can have in this game. Because so far I've made it look easy, I think. Because it's just I'm using trucks that are very good at going over all this stuff for the most part. And we're only carrying small little loads. Oh. Did I intend to go over this? Apparently did. I don't know. Kind of tempted just to try it anyway. We have come a long way. To lose it now, what the fuck? What kind of angle is that? That's a pretty steep angle to go down at. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Find another route. We can just cut across somewhere here on the left. Which would. Like a ravine. Oh. Burning a lot of fuel. Gotta be quick. Anyway, I think the biggest problem with the situations like this, where you have to get to another lane in short distance, is that people tend to follow the cars too close. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, oh man, that is the only thing that really does frustrate me. It doesn't really happen to me when I'm in my learner car, but when I'm watching Rosie drive, and she drives totally good speed and everything, if anything too fast in my opinion, but there are cars that will just tail, like they're right up behind you, and I hate that. Like, why are you doing that, man? Just back off and overtake, like, if you want to do it, but just get out. Like, you're right behind me the whole time. It sucks. Adds so much pressure to everything when the cars are, like, right up on you like that. Obviously, if you stop somewhere, it's different, but, like, when you're going at speed and they're just, like, right behind you, it's like, what are you doing? I thought this was a goodbye stream for the Anno series. No, on Saturday will be the last episode for the Anno series. I think. Could be 2 episodes, but I think it'll be 1. I'm trying to get it to 1, but it's quite big. For the stream. Sorry, I can't watch today. No worries, Emil. I'm making it look easy. Runs into tree, yeah. God, man, I have to check this map thing constantly. Waypoints don't even make any sense anymore. So it was to go somewhere like there, wasn't it? I squeeze through here. Oh. Oh no. Damn, man, I'm actually really struggling to find like a decent path over to this place. This would be pretty tricky with a trailer on the back. That's what I'll be doing next. Let's just brighten it up again. Alright, we're just gonna carve through the the brush. Oh. Oh, no! Come on! Alright. Switch truck. I think I can get another one, bring it up there and winch it into position, and hopefully the cargo will stay in the back. Don't have a crane on this, but I think the cargo will stay on the back. Banking on that. See, it's all going fine until it's not, and then it's like, oh no. Alright, let's take this bad boy for a spin. This one's a DLC truck, I think. Alright. Bring the steel. Bring the steel. No. No. I'll just make this delivery and then I'll probably recover the vehicle and then go get the steel. There's no way I'm getting a crane with a 4-slot trailer through the little gap. There's no way. I don't think so anyway. Fine. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Yeah, I just don't think I'd be able to get through the gap. I mean, maybe you've done it, but I'm not going to take a crane. I probably should. I'm confident I can flip this and keep the cargo in the back. I'm just confident that I can do that because it's against a tree right now. I think it'll be somewhat doable. I'll try to go quick. We should be there fairly quick with this thing. This thing is also a beast. It's got a huge, like, interior as well. Place for all my friends to sit and hang out. We'll not get the wood up by tipping it up. We'll see. We will see. I would say it's 70% chance I won't, 30% chance I will, and I'm willing to bet on that 30%. Think why would be more sitting on the floor? Sorry, what? Maybe stake the beams? Stake the beams? I don't know what that means. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I don't know. They didn't seem to have collision with the tree, which worries me, but I am hoping that if I push the truck against the tree further and then pull it with the winch, it'll flip. And the cargo will stay snugly in the back. Ow. The hell am I even hitting? Oh yeah, there's a crane right there on that thing. Although that's for logs, not a normal crane. I hate my telephone. I'm not sure I can understand you. It's not the only fire truck in the game's AR in Phase 9. Rocks. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Sorry. Yeah, this is a fuel and repair add-on. It's a service add-on to the back of it. It can come off. You can put other things on the back of this. Look at the smoke coming out the back there. I do hate my telephone. Anyone buying a new iPhone 15? 15 Pro, Pro Max, 15 Plus? For the watch? I'm tempted to get one of those watches. I've never had a smartwatch. I'm hoping after I get my license I can go to the gym and drive there. Alright, gotta be quick with this. Might actually just pull in and get some extra fuel just in case. And go this. Oh, we actually just follow the road. I like my Pixel Watch a lot. Yeah, I just don't feel like I'd have much use for it unless I was going to the gym, doing more active health, fitness kind of stuff. Nice to actually try and track things. No, I don't have any money. Yeah, I'm not getting a new phone or anything. I've got an iPhone 12, so it's not that old. What, 2 years old, I guess? But these, at least for iPhones anyway, they're so iterative. The progress and improvements on them are so small. I never really feel the need to get one each year. I see people saying that, and I'm just like, they're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know why you get one every year. I just think that's strange. Although the trade-in is the best value, obviously, if you do get it every year. But there's never enough in the new phones these days, I think, to warrant getting one every year. But if you wait just even 3 or 4 years, then it becomes like a pretty significant upgrade. At least in my experience. I think my first one was an iPhone 4. And then I got a 6S. And then I got a 12. And I imagine I'll probably get like a 16. But the new iPhone will have ray tracing. Yeah, it does actually, which is funny. I don't know. I can't imagine the battery life would be very good if you're playing a game with ray tracing on it on your phone. But it's cool that these phones are capable of doing it. I mean, it's running Death Stranding, the new iPhone. And it looks good. That's the other thing. It looks good. I don't know what frame rate it was running at actually, but power down. First time you're here, I enjoyed the Russia region. Hope you do as well. Yeah, I like it. It's fun. I think Alaska's probably my favorite. So I've only played the first 3. I have all the DLC now, but I haven't tried any of the other ones out yet. So for me, the order probably goes Alaska, then Russia, then Michigan. And Resident Evil Village at 30 FPS, yeah. What are your... I'm using a DualShock 4. I actually have a DualShock 5, but I'm not using it. I'm just using a PlayStation controller. It's nice that actually the game has the icons built into it, like the PlayStation icons. I love it when PC games have PlayStation icons. It's like big deal for me. So I'm very happy to report that it has that. Because even sometimes games that are on PlayStation that go onto PC only have the Xbox layout. Bothers me. In fact, Starfield obviously is Xbox exclusive now, but the only mod I even have on Starfield at the moment is just the... Oh my god. Oh my god, we got it. Just power through it. The only mod is to have the PlayStation button prompts. Alright, so if you have just joined, as a bit of a recap, we were doing one of the missions in this map, and my truck flipped. It fell over. Where did we lose it? Right there. So that's where we have to go. I didn't plot my journey out very well, I don't think. I went to the left and tried to snake around. I think I probably should just went to the right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, it's actually a pretty tricky one to get to. Because of this ravine. There's this big, thick ravine here. That looks... It's way more steep when you're actually there. Then I was trying to find like a path around, and then... got careless. And the hope is that we can somehow nudge it into position where the cargo stays in, and then pull it back. so we don't lose too much progress. Otherwise then, yeah, it is a job for a crane. I use PS4 and PS5 to play SnowRunner. PS5 makes it so real. Do you know if the PS5 controller works on the PC version with the haptic features? Because I'm using DualShock 4, but I gotta say, there's no vibration. Thinking about it. There should be, but I don't feel any. Oh, there is. Just there I felt some. Actually, it's just very, very, very slight. Oh my god, it's actually very slight. So when the gears change, it does it. I guess it'd be a bit much to feel it constantly going over the mud. Kinda want that. Should have turned right just before the spot you tipped. Almost 180 back to the other side. Well, it seems to me, just where I tipped, I should have probably turned left and got back onto the road. I kind of kept going through the woods. Because I was going through here, wasn't I? And then I just kept going straight. So if I just turned a little left and got onto the road, I don't think I would have tipped. I think so anyway. Hello again, Alana. Alright, where to from here? Go straight through. So yeah, this is where we went through last time. Just gotta make sure I don't flip this time. Take it nice and easy. There she is. Oops. Damn, those trees are gonna make it kind of tricky. I was hoping to got it from this angle. Hang on, gotta turn on our beacons. Now, before I actually do anything, let's just switch trucks for a second. So it's against a tree. Alright. I kind of want to push it further up against the tree. It could be pushed against it further. And then pull it. Right in against that tree there. Alright, we're winched right next to it. I want to be really close so we just turn it without much of a angle. Oh, fuck. No, it didn't keep the things. You're right. Hope if I just did it quick enough, it would be okay. Well, we flipped it, but yeah, it needs a crane if we want to get that cargo. I'll probably winch that further because it looks like it's about to fall over again. There we go. Alright, well, we'll get a crane, I guess. Actually, while I'm here, I'll just refuel that other thing. It's refueled, and want to repair it, I guess, just in case. Alright, fully repaired. Alright, we'll just recover this vehicle. I'm gonna switch it out to have a crane on the back. We'll bring it through, move the stuff onto the back of that, and then that'll be it. Yeah, it was easy enough to get it up. The goal was to get it up with the cargo still in the back. I thought, like, tipping it with the cargo in was... Because the wooden planks are fairly sunken deep into it, so I kind of thought, like, the edge of the truck would pull it with it, but... Like, the edge of the carry space. Wasn't to be. Alright, so we need, not this crane, but a little... Oh, can this not have a crane? Oh, it can. Sorry, I went right past. Oh, this can actually have a little flatbed on the back at the same time. Does that fit 2 slots or 1? Because we could put the metal beams on that then. Although I think you have to go pretty far to get them. That's the only issue. This is everything that Trusty said initially. Yeah, let's just see. So... Metal beams. Is there any beams out here? Oh, there is. Oh, nice. I don't have to go as far then. It's on the way. That's good. The reason I said no to it originally is because I thought I had to go all the way to Zimonogorsk to get the metal. There's metal here. Yeah, sorry. There's the icon. Good. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we'll pick up one of those on the way. So it's not really too much time lost. And then we'll use the crane to load onto the... Load the wooden planks back onto the corrected ANK. And we should be good. It just means that we have to do this journey 2 more times, hopefully, if everything goes well. This can hold 2 slots, yeah. So metal beams are 2 slots, so just 1 load of those. Although you did say, yeah, it is actually tempting, like you said, to bring through the trailer. The trailer is there, so we could try it for both. Put down on 1 whole journey, so let's do that. Challenge ourselves. Alright, so the mission, we choose to accept it, is to first off go grab the flatbed trailer that's nearby. So it's up ahead. We'll grab that. Hopefully it can be added onto the back of this. I think it can. But I'm not sure. This does stick out a bit. It's like a wagon. Then pick up 2 lots of metal beams. Then squeeze through the gap. Then go through, find the truck that we just uprighted. Use the crane to lift the 2 wooden planks back onto the back of it. Then switch to that truck, make the delivery, switch back to this truck, and make the delivery. That's the goal. See how it goes. Yeah, it wasn't at a bad angle. It was like sunken. I think that's why they tipped out. They were just sunken down further than I thought. Here's a warning when you have a crane. Happens when you read. You have a crane and a roof rack. The crane can sometimes get stuck on the rack, so be careful. Okay, yeah, good. Good to know. Try to make sure we avoid it. Good morning, Jerry. How you doing? I was thinking of calling these streams Monday morning. I don't know, like mornings with Darren or something. I don't know. Mornings, SnowRunner. Something in there. Something to do with mornings. It's not the morning in the UK or the EU. But for Americans, they'd be waking up around now. Depending where they are. West Coast, anyway. Wow. It's okay, because there's a repair station right next to it. We go there first? Suppose because it's right next to us. Alright, we'll get our repairs, we'll turn it back to daytime, continue back out, and I'll play it a little safer on those roads. Yeah, so the schedule at the moment is streams every Monday. I don't know if it'll always be SnowRunner, but I like SnowRunner, so maybe. Unless it performs really badly after the fact. But I think it's kind of cool just to hang out with people and chat with them and everything. But then, yeah, so Tuesdays will be Satisfactory, Thursday, City Skylines, and Saturday, I know 1800. And then every now and then, there'll be other videos in there too. I have a sponsored video coming up in a couple weeks. It's not actually for a while, but you know, they'll probably just fall on the in-between days or something, so. Tuesday morning for you. Oh yeah, and sorry, Monday streams. Yeah, UK is like lunchtime, so it's like, oh, if some people are working, want some second screen content while they're having their lunch or something, thought it might be a good time to go for. Alright, we're good to go. Had a little snooze in the cabin, back out on the road. Pretty cool seeing the massive tracks I made coming in here, and then they have like water in them already. Anyway, I'm having lunch. Ooh, what are you having? I'm really hungry. I love asking people what they're eating, just because I've joked before that I often get food depressed, where I'm just like, I don't know what to eat. Like, I'll just make the same thing and it sucks. Or it's fine. I just get very bored of the same food over and over again. But I love asking people what they're eating, just to get different ideas of what I could maybe have. No pressure though. If it could be a totally plain normal meal, but it could just be one of those things I haven't had for a long time. It's like, oh yeah, I should try that. I have some roast chicken and vegetable soup actually I'll probably have later, because I've been sick. Make sure you get the good stuff into me. Had some chicken noodle soup yesterday. You don't like nighttime? I actually don't mind nighttime, but it's just more for the stream. Normally if it's dark, I drive in the dark just totally fine. In the game, oh crap. Turn left here. But just for the stream, I thought it should be a bit brighter for you guys, because often I'll play City Skylines or Satisfactory and be in nighttime, and I think it's fine. I can see everything. But people are like, oh, it's so dark, I can't see anything. So I'm just brightening it up when I feel like it's probably better for you guys to see. I'll probably just set it to 6 a.m. rather than 1 p.m. because at least then it's kind of still dark. It's twilight, getting bright again. Might be a bit better. Ooh, fried egg sandwich, ham and cheese on toast with mayo. Love it. Sounds good. Curry pot noodles. Nice. Yeah, I like pot noodle. I like the chow mein flavor. My favorite. Bombay Bad Boy is pretty good too. Big fan of pot noodle. If any pot noodle reps are out there, open to sponsorships. Randomly, I got followed by Kit Kat Gaming not that long ago. So, not sponsored, but would be happy to be because I like Kit Kat. Did I forget the trailer? Oh yeah, I don't have the trailer with me. The trailer is just up there. We should go get that and then come back down. There's fuel up there though. You want pizza today? Pizza Craft. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I'll be making chili con carne later. So yeah, Pizza Craft sounds good. Well, they do nice pizzas. Little food truck pizzas that come by every now and then. Curry pot noodles is good. Yeah. Can't be dealing with the people who like that chicken and mushroom flavor though. You're absolutely insane. Oh, I'm eating dinner. Pork chop with a pear coleslaw. That's fancy. Kind of. Not a big fan of pork chops, gotta be honest. Don't know why, I just always associate it with being dry, but maybe that's just how my mom did them or something. I like to think my mom's quite a good cook. I think most people tend to like their mom's food, but I think she does make quite nice food. The pork chops to me always is one of those things where it's like, this is just dry. None of her other food was. Right, so this trailer is attached to my other truck right there, so I'll just move it forward. Also something like salmon pasta. Yeah, I love that. Well, it depends. I had tomato salmon pasta in a restaurant not that long ago, and I really didn't like that. I thought that, like, tomato did not go well with salmon. Like, I'd never had that before and did not bond well to it. But a creamy sort of lighter flavored pasta, like a carbonara type thing, that's pretty good. Give me your name. Let's play together. I'm not playing multiplayer. Thanks though, Majid. You don't need to write it 4 times. I can see you. Yeah. Oh, sorry, unless you meant someone else, Majid. Yeah, but I'm not playing multiplayer with anyone. Not a multiplayer guy. Hang on, just one second. Recently started making a real nice creamy mushroom risotto. Nice. I had never had risotto before until like 2 weeks ago. Never had it. Loved it. It wasn't mushroom risotto though. It was like, damn. Chicken and bacon risotto. So good though. And I ordered it again soon after. It was actually a ready meal, but there's this store called Cook, so C-O-O-K. And they do like more handmade artisan ready meals, I guess. And it even says like who it's cooked by and everything on the box. And it's really, really nice. Like I gotta say, like we just kind of went there on a whim. And they have lots of different types of meals and stuff that are worth trying. And then they kind of have like little recipes and stuff on how to make them yourself. Cool. So recently did that and I was like, oh, there's like a little risotto. Sure, I'll give it a go. And it was so good. Like, Jesus Christ, is any nicer than it has any right to be for like, you know, an oven meal. But turning angle is going to be rough with this thing. Really close to the back. Alright, this is going to be a pain to try and squeeze. I have no doubt in my mind that trailer is going straight down this cliff. You normally play multiplayer with friends? No, almost no. I never really play multiplayer. When I was a wee lad, I'm 31 now. So when I was in 2007, when I was like 15, 16, 17 or something, I used to play Call of Duty and loads of Battlefield and, you know, I used to game with my friends all the time. As I got older, I'd play other, mostly shooters, I think, multiplayer, but other games too sometimes. And then, I don't know, just then when I got older, I just felt like I didn't have the time. Here's the thing that bothers me with multiplayer a lot of the time is you're waiting on other people for things. You just always are. Waiting for them to get ready for the lobby. Or something, oh, hang on, I'll be back in a few minutes, just gotta do whatever with the kid or the dog or whatever. It's like, okay. And then when you're playing with them, you know, their mic might not sound the best or whatever. I don't know. Just lots of different things happen. And sometimes I'm totally fine with it. But I just rather, most of the time I can't help but think, I would just rather be on my own right now. Like, I can play this same game and get the same experience without you here. No offense, but I'm a big introvert, so I just like to play on my own. Now, I still play Battlefield with a friend of mine who lives in LA. It's kind of the only way we connect is through games. And I'm playing a Total War Warhammer 3 campaign with a friend of mine from London as well, so I still play multiplayer games every now and then with people, but if I could have the choice of never playing multiplayer ever again, or never playing single player, it would easily be never playing multiplayer again. Much prefer single player. What the hell is this now? Too many different games on this channel. Well, everything's going to be really standardized going forward. So Tuesdays will be Satisfactory. Thursdays, City Skylines. And Saturday, Anno 1800. Those are the 3 series that I'm going to be doing. And on Mondays, I'll be streaming. Games might change on Mondays, but for now, I'm doing a little bit of SnowRunner. Hopefully that clears things up. There's no more Starfield. Appreciate some people join me for Starfield, but I'll give a series a go, and if it doesn't really do that well after 3 episodes, then that's kind of has to be it. But it's, yeah, it's just, that's why I tell people, like, you know, I say it in the first episode all the time. If it does well, I'll continue, but if it doesn't, I can't. It is a job at the end of the day. There's a tree close to that spot. See if you can winch the trailer to that. Should help. Okay, yeah, winch it through with me. We're going way slower now with this thing on the back. Crap. Go high gear. How did you got in strategy? How did I get into strategy games? Which game was like the one that made you go, wow? I'll tell you, it was Rome Total War. So, I was a console gamer, pretty much. So I started off playing games when I was like 3. I was playing Super Nintendo. I would have been playing Mario and a few of the games back then. Also some random games people barely even know about, like Bob. Anyway, migrated to PlayStation soon after, PS1, PS2, and then around the time playing PlayStation 2 in 2004, for some reason, I have no idea why, but me and my dad were in like a video game store in a shopping mall or something. He was like, I'm gonna get you a PC game. Pick out a PC game if you want one. Don't know why he said that. No idea. He's not into PCs himself really or anything. Like, he doesn't play games anyway. But he's very technologically apt. But yeah, he's just not into games. But for some reason, we'd landed on the idea of getting a PC game. So I was walking around and I had two games in my hand at the time. Very distinct memory of it. One was Rome Total War, and the other was Caesar 3. So I don't know why, but I guess I had an affinity for Roman things even then. And I must have been 12, something like that at this time. Ended up, I remember looking at the back of Rome Total War thinking like, wow, there is no way the game looks like that. There's just no way. Thousands of troops and stuff on screen, there's no way. Because the other game, Caesar 3, was just like, looked like Age of Empires on the back. You know, it's like, oh, I've seen this before. By the way, I had played Age of Empires before, so that, I guess, is probably the very first dabbling of PC games. I think the very first PC game I ever played was Age of Empires. And I really liked it. But I never really played PC games then. I just kind of moved off it. Anyway, Rome Total War, then we bought it, brought it home, and stuck it in PC, and it didn't run. Because that's PC gaming in a fucking nutshell for you. Didn't work. I was like, what the hell's up with this? You know, I'm used to, I put a disc in my machine, and it works. And I was like, Dad, it doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. And he was like, oh, I think you need like a new graphics card. So he went out and got a graphics card. And he figured out how to put it in and make it work. And then the game worked. And it ran great. So then I played Rome Total War extensively. All the time. I think the reason I actually got a PC game was because we had a PC and a PlayStation in the like den kind of kids room. My brother, if he was playing PlayStation, I had nothing to do. So it was like, here you go, work on the computer for a while. And vice versa. If I was playing a game, he could use the computer. Anyways, so I fell in love with that game. I think it's awesome. Love it. One of the best games ever, especially for its time. I had no idea it was so ahead of its time at the time. I just thought, this is just what it is. And that got me into modding. I learned about navigating a directory on the game, like a game directory on PC. Learned about modding. Got involved in forums on the internet. For modding Rome Total War. Oh my goodness. But yeah, learned about modding more in depth. Let me just plan out where we're going and then I can talk while I'm doing it. Ended up getting involved in some projects to help other modders. Not gonna go that way. Help some other modders. Long story short, fell in love. I was like, this is the best thing ever. I can make games now. And I decided, based on that, well, I know what I want to do in my life now. I want to make games. Because the feeling of editing a few files and seeing stuff appear in a game was unbelievable. Imagine I'd played games for 10 years on PlayStation. I'd never seen that before. So it was just such a holy I'm a game developer now. Even though what I was doing was just replacing files, but it felt that way. So then I was like, yeah, this is definitely what I'm going to do. So I just then literally did everything in my power to get into game development. I dropped subjects that I didn't need in high school and just geared everything towards, I'm going to go to university for game development. And then I did. I went to college for game development. I was there for 4 years. I got a job as a programmer in a small indie company as an intern on my 4th year for 6 months. And then when I left, I realized there was no companies in Ireland that I wanted to work for. And it just shows you how, like, arrogant I am, but my parents are like, just apply to, like, anything, whatever. And I was like, all the companies make free-to-play games, I'm not working on that. So I was like, I'm not, and I'm 21, by the way, at this point. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not applying to jobs where the games suck. Fuck that. So I was making videos on Rome 2 Total War, which happened to come out around the same time as me leaving college. And the game launched as in a bit of a disastrous state. So I decided to make videos critiquing and trying to work out what was wrong with it from the knowledge I had now, which was like programming. So I'm like, yeah, the AI seems to be behaving this way, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And then Creative Assembly noticed it and they hired me. after a while. And then I started working there from 2015. But I started working in marketing. I did not get a job in programming or design. So I worked in marketing for a couple of years, and I had opportunities to move into design, but I got kind of burnt out by that. I don't want to go on about it, but it just seemed like my dreams were sort of shattered in terms of what that job really entails. At least the people there seemed unhappy who were doing the job that I wanted to do, like game director and stuff. And I became best friends with someone who was a game designer there, who started just shortly after me, and we lived together. So I felt like I knew everything I needed to know about it, and I was very unhappy about, like, I was like, I don't want to work here for 6-7 years, maybe get to that job as a game director, and then hate it, like so many of them seem to. So then I quit the company when I realized there's just nothing here for me anymore, because I didn't want to work in marketing, and I decided to just do YouTube full time. And that was 5 years ago. That was 6 years ago. I've been doing YouTube full time since. There you go. Yeah, it was a simple question. I decided to add on everything else. So that's where the first PC game for me, you know, the question was how'd you decide that this is for me? It's like this decided not only that it was for me, PC gaming and strategy games, but it really actually changed my life in a significant way. Changed the life path of where I decided to end up going and what to do. And without that game, I wouldn't be here. In the same way, anyway. Yeah, I know. Sarah in Starfield is really annoying. Yeah, I like the game. I think if I was there day one, it would have went a bit better. I would have just had a little bit more of an initial boost from the first episode. But it was quite different for my channel. You know, it's kind of maybe mean even starting a series like that, knowing you're going to pick up people, and it's so different to your existing content. Like, my existing content is strategy and sim games. And then I'm like, I'm going to play Starfield. It's just, I was just excited to play it. I thought it'd be nice to see if we could... I like sci-fi games, I guess that's really why. Right, so... we have to get up this hill. Someone said there's like a tree to latch onto. Can you winch onto that thing? Alright, let's go low power mode. Low gear even. I can't shift the camera now. The camera's like... there we go. Alright, let's just hang on. All-wheel drive is on. Diff lock is on. Now, what can you winch onto? Nothing in front of me right now. Obviously, it's just a bit of a struggle getting over that. Bear with me as I try to get this truck up this little bit. Alright, power. Okay, so we're right on the edge now. I really have to just, like, hug the wall. Trying to, anyway. Alright, we did it. Did it. Brain and beams are through. Woo! Happy birthday. Thank you. My birthday was the 16th. It's not today. A few days ago. 2 days ago. I turned 31. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Darren. Oh, no problem. Yeah, some people have been with me like a really long time. Like Bitmark would know that story kind of inside and out because he's lived it with me, you know. Still some people here from when I very first started. Well, when I went full time. I've been going on YouTube even longer than when I've been full time. Been doing it like nearly 10 years. Crazy. Actually, even more than 10 years, really. But anyway, right. So we have our beams with us. I gotta go, I think this way, this way. Do we need fuel? We're down to 60%. There's fuel to be had over there, so I could ditch the trailer here, just go forward, get the fuel, come back, rehitch, keep going. Might do that. We want to go up to here. That's the ravine, and that's where we dropped our stuff, so going that way. I'm just making very fine movements because I feel like I'll need it. Once we get through to there, then we know what we got to do. I actually don't even need to go get that fuel because the service... Oh no, we don't have the service trailer anymore, so yeah. I should get it then. So let's brighten up the day. We'll make it 6 a.m. so it'll just get brighter from here on out. Wow, I can't even move. There we go. Anyway, mine was Sunday, just a day apart. Happy birthday. Ed, to you too. You considered a Factorio series, especially modded. No, it's too much. Yeah, I know. I like Factorio, but it would just be too much. This is too much. When I say this too much, it's not only extremely complex, but there's channels out there that are way deeper into it than I ever would be, you know? They're just way better at it than I ever would be, so it's not really for me. In terms of content creation, I played the game. I think it's awesome. I think it's the best factory building game there is. I suck at it though. I'm really bad at it. I could never figure out. Well, there's just loads of things I have problems with, but I lose in that game all the time when I did play it. Like I eventually get overrun with aliens. I just can't keep up. And I'm just not also a fan of like the whole. It gets a little too sci-fi for me, where I don't even like when you have like robots that are like running out of your backpack repairing everything. All that stuff is really weird to me. I'm not very good with trains. People know. So it's just, it's good. It's great. It's like almost like a perfect factory game. Infinite world, hostile aliens that keep attacking you. It would just require so much time investment for me to even get to the point where I'm a decent player at it. And I know people just think, well, you play these other games, they're basically the same. It's just another level too deep, unfortunately for me. People have mentioned Dyson Sphere Program. I'd probably play that one first. When it comes out of early access, I think that could be a good series to do, maybe. But yeah, Satisfactory is like... I think Satisfactory is so great because it's visually very nice to watch. I don't think Factorio really is. I think you just have to be... If you want to have good views with Factorio, excuse me, it's not about making something look good. It's being about really efficient. And I'm not that good at these games. Like... That's my secret, really, is that I'm not actually that good at them. I make things look nice. That's what people often like. And I like immersive games, so being in first person, building a realistic factory, that's kind of cool to me. But being super optimal, I've never claimed to be optimal at these games. I'm actually just not optimal at them. So we can't actually drop off the beams first. That's the only problem with this little thing we're doing right now. Our fuel down to 66. Okay, so we've got 200 fuel. I'm just gonna let go of the trailer. Let me just see. So obviously the goal is to get those things into the back of this. We have to have these two trucks be basically alongside each other. Right? Push that back just a little bit further. Trees are just making it so awkward to actually get an angle. I want to drive almost perpendicular to it, so I need to turn here, rotate around, and drive straight into the side of it. I don't know if this will really work at this angle, but we'll see. I'm not sure how much reach this crane has. I'm literally trying to think, can I just reach right forward and just lift it from one end to the other? Necessarily, why not? Let's try that. Let me just turn off the engine. Let's have a little read first. Excuse me again, sorry, I was sick recently. Have you considered... Oh yeah, I read that already. For example, had a mod for an off-road 2-slot trailer without buggy. Red one is terrible. Oh, you don't like the little red one? Oh, I like it. What's bogey? B-O-G-G-I? Ever thought of playing Tab? They Are Billions? Yeah, I love They Are Billions. It's kind of old now, though. So probably not. Unfortunately, you know, being a YouTuber, I think just what I gotta do for my channel, at least, I think, is just mostly focus on games that are either A, getting new content, or B, are new themselves. Because I'm trying to grow an audience, and it's very difficult to do that if you're always going back and playing older things, because there's just inherently less people searching for games like that. Your core audience might enjoy that kind of stuff, but I you know, I need to kind of grow and be always looking for people, because you're always losing people that you don't see. You know, I've got 80,000 subs. My videos get about 10,000 views. There's about 60,000 people that don't watch anything. You know, 60 to 70, because they're not really there anymore. Because they might have subbed for Stellaris back in the day, and I don't play that anymore. So every time I choose a new series, losing old people, you got to choose something that's bigger and more popular than the last one, and trying to retain a certain amount of those people from series to series every time. It's not a great idea picking older games like that. I did that for 5 years on a different channel, and ultimately the channel kind of died because I just couldn't. I had no audience. Right. Okay, hang on. Handbrake is on. Can we activate the anchor? Up a little bit. Feels like I'm tipping. Like I'm still moving. Oh, that might be why. Alright, that's good enough. Just pack that down. Alright. That should be it. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wasn't really using the tree to stabilize, although it kind of did work out that way. I think you know that. Guilty, I don't enjoy watching Skylines or Starfield, but new or upcoming city builders are always nice to see. That also helps the developers. Yeah, by the way, I don't blame anyone for that. Don't worry about it. I was saying it earlier, like, I watch people the same way, you know? There's certain creators I watch where sometimes I'll check them out when they're playing different things. Just sometimes. For the most part, you know, you follow them for a certain game or a genre of games that you kind of want them to... Because they're experts in those fields, so you want to see more from them in that. That's what you like. So I don't begrudge anyone for feeling that way, and I just feel like, yeah, that's you know, just gotta ultimately accept that. Unless you've got a super big, strong personality, and it's like, well, it doesn't matter what that person plays. They're there for them to be funny or whatever it is. Unless you've got that. For most people, it's usually the genre or the game that they're there for. And that's totally fine. Because there's creators with millions of subs that know that and are in the same boat. It doesn't matter if they're small or not. Well done, thanks. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, actually. The crane worked out well. I'm sorry I doubted Trousty. That was his idea from the beginning, so... I just didn't think I'd be able to get the crane through there with the... well, he did say a 4-slot thing, which I think would have been a bit much, but using the flatbed or the wagon on that particular truck, managed to get through just okay. I liked Starfield. Will there be more? But I do prefer the strategy games. No, there's no more. I have more recorded. I was really tempted to do at least 5 and just see how it went, but unfortunately not. The next bit was great as well. Not to be an annoying tease, but I'll just tell you what would have happened to me. So I went to the moon, and I was like exploring around for a while, and it was really cool. Everything was like, just, I don't know, I'm really interested in like the lore of all that and the tying into history, I guess, which was interesting. But then I ended up fighting at some compound, and I found contraband. I put the contraband on my ship, and when I was heading back towards Jemison, I got pulled over, effectively. They scanned me, and they were like, you've got contraband. Because I was like, oh, there's a chance that you might get away with it, but it said 0% chance when I arrived, so I was like, great. So I got caught with contraband, and then it began this whole quest line where these people started interrogating me and saying, like, you're going to now go undercover for us into the Crimson Fleet. Instead of us jailing you, you're going to be undercover for us, and we'll let you keep, like, some of your stuff or whatever, and keep you on the record where you're allowed to kind of break the law a few times and all this kind of stuff, and talking about all this information I had to get for them and how I have to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet. And I was like, this is sick. This is going to be great. This is so cool. And I just begun that quest line. And that would have been like the 4th episode, I guess. All that kind of stuff happening. The lunar base to the getting caught with contraband to having another bit of ship combat, actually, and all that kind of stuff. It was cool. And then I was hoping, like, yeah, the 5th episode would be me beginning that quest chain and doing stuff. What's this game called? This is called SnowRunner. I'm sorry, there seems to be on YouTube, like, actually quite a significant delay when it comes to chat about there. What's your take on Aura, History Untold? I need to see the gameplay. I like the aesthetic of it, though. Do I think there's space for these games? I actually don't think there is. Maybe. I don't know. You'd have to ask someone who's a real big Civ player if they're willing to play something other than Civ. I liked Old World, and I like Humankind. But, admittedly, I gotta say, like, I'm not really that into the games. Like, or even Civ. I used to be really into Civ 3. I used to play it a lot. But after I do a few campaigns, I'm just like, yeah, that's it now. Like, I'm good. I'm more of a variety gamer. I just can't really play any one thing for that long without getting bored. It's a real problem. It's a problem, especially when you're trying to do YouTube. Hey, this says it has fuel, but it doesn't. Do I have to maybe do that quest before I can get it? Maybe. Anyway, we'll just switch back to this guy and make that same journey. So, I don't know. Like, I guess my answer is you'd have to probably ask someone who plays Civ a lot. How do they feel about Civ? Do they, like, want something different? Is there something that the community for that game have been really complaining about that they really want changed? Is it the art style? Because I know a lot of people did want the Civ 5 art style to come back where it's more realistic. And Aura seems to be kind of doing that. And Humankind didn't. Humankind, I thought, was like a really good idea. Where it's like, oh, you can build your own culture. I thought it was always kind of stupid the way you've got like a leader that lasts forever. And I guess kind of still has that to an extent. Not that it has to be realistic or anything. But, because it's ultimately like a board game. But it was always strange to me. It's like, I think you should play as the culture, not necessarily the leader. I just think that, but maybe no one else feels that way. And I loved the idea that Humankind was pushing originally, which was make your own culture. You know, who's to say if you start in a certain area and you took on certain traditions, you can build your own culture. You could be hybrid Roman samurai if you want to be. But it didn't work that way. Instead, that's how it was pitched, but instead of how it worked, it was just like, actually, you just become the Romans during this era. And then the next year, you become the Japanese. And there's nothing really other than one modifier to say that you ever were Roman before. You're not really building a culture. You're just swapping civs throughout your playthrough. So that was disappointing. Even though the gameplay I thought was good, and the battles especially I thought were really good, the way they open up the battlefield and make you use the terrain a lot. That was awesome. But yeah, it just didn't have that staying power for me. And then very last thing I'll say is Old World is a fantastic 4X Civilization-esque game where they merge in Crusader Kings-like events and family trees and positions of power. So instead of swapping through lots of eras, you stick with one era and you really get to know a dynasty and a family tree. But that obviously has the drawback of you're not really modernizing and going through tech trees as much. So I almost feel like a middle ground to these three games somewhere is where the secret really lies. Like, give me the combat of humankind. Give me the lineage of Old World. And give me a lot of the mechanics to do with, like, just the raw city building and how you carve out the land and the city-states of Civilization. And I feel like you'd have an interesting sort of, and the art style maybe of, like, Civ 5. I feel like you'd have an interesting sort of product that maybe feels a bit more new. But I don't know, it could just fall on its face flat with people. It's a tough one to say because it's such a game design driven game. It's like you really just have to have great gameplay. And that's tough to work out what that is without just completely copying someone else. You gotta basically copy Civ but innovate in a way that matters. And that's not easy, I don't think. Anyway, long-winded answer there. I'll just buy it myself. Starfield is on Game Pass, so I'd recommend trying it there first, just to see if it's for you. And if you like it, then buy it. No harm, really, right? Then at least you can see if you're going to bounce off it or not. Because it's not for everybody. And I did edit it for a reason. There's some slower and more boring bits in it that I like No Man's Sky-esque exploration. But, you know, you might be like, oh, there's too much of this. So I'd kind of recommend trying it on Game Pass, at least first, see does it run for your machine, all that good stuff, and then committing to it or not. Wow, I can't even go back. Oh, sorry, that was knocked back. Are you gonna play City Skylines soon? Yeah, on Thursday. Every Thursday, a new City Skylines video will come out. As for streams, I'm not too sure. I'll probably stream... I don't know. I'm not too sure yet. I'm debating whether or not to stream games that I'm doing as part of a series, or to stream games that I'm not doing as a series. Because part of me thinks, when I was streaming Satisfactory, I had great numbers and everything, but it seemed to hurt the main series views. Seemed to, anyway. Or at least coincided with the declining views of the main series. Will I play Starfield for myself? Probably not. I'm actually going to wait for it to get some more mods and stuff. Some of the mods so far look great. Just quality of life mods. The reason is just because in my own personal gaming time, I'm playing other things at the moment that I would never put on my channel. Like I said, I'm playing Octopath Traveler. I just finished it yesterday. And now I'm starting Ratchet & Clank. So it's just, these are games that I've wanted to play for a while that I'm not going to put on my channel. I wouldn't have even bought Starfield if it wasn't for the idea of putting it on my channel. And it was just a risky thing to see, like... I think the first video made enough to make... for the cost of the game. So it just basically balanced out. But, you know, it probably doesn't do the channel any favors having a video that people don't watch. Boom. Alright. Why can't I refuel there? Clearly now. It says repair, it doesn't say refuel. Why? The big fuel symbol when I look at it. There was. Let's just... Yeah, it's there, right in front of me. Fuel. Drive over it. Press square. Nothing happens. Refuel? Yeah, it does work. Okay, I don't know. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. I'm just transferring fuel between my two trucks. Great. Yeah, I don't know. No, why not? Maybe it needs this quest or something needs to be done to get it to work. Deliver to the fuel station a fuel carrying trailer. And then refueling opens up. There you go. Where is it? Oh, we were over there with our little Jeep before. We could come back and get that actually really quickly. And then we can refuel. But yeah, let's just focus on... How much time have we been going? Oh well, it's 3 hours. We'll go a little longer. Maybe do one more quest. Does anyone ever watch uploaded streams? If I see a video 5 hours, I think, nah. Yes, to my surprise, a lot of people do. I get more views after the... when it becomes a video than when I do when it's live. So yeah, in my case, yes. Like when my streams end, it usually said something like, for City Skylines, like 2,000 or 3,000 views. And then it went on to get 10,000. So I'm like, wow. So yeah. And then for Anno, I've only ever streamed Anno once. And it was my best stream. I think it ended the stream, it said like 3,000 views in total. And then a week later, it had like 25,000. So I was like, Jesus Christ. Have I tried the new Age of Wonders? No, I've heard it's supposed to be great though. Yeah, I've never actually played it. I'm not a big fan of... Well, it's sci-fi, isn't it? No, it's not. It's fantasy. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not a big fan of fantasy. Fantasy games. I can get into them, but there's an initial, like, ooh, not a big fan of that. That I have to get past. Like, I like Total War Warhammer 3, but I was never a Warhammer fan. Next thing is seismic vibrator module required. Delivered to the abandoned mines. Service trailer. The abandoned mine nearby was at some point used as a test bed for testing experimental mining tech. Huh. So there's a service trailer down there. Wonder, could we pull it with one of these things? Oh. The bandit's probably more powerful. Is there a way to see the stats of these vehicles, actually? Don't know. Oh. I don't know, like, which one has... Oh, I think if you just switch to it, it tells you, actually. Oh yeah, there it is, top left. Power to weight, B+. Let me just get rid of the trailer. And change, okay? What the other one? Power to weight, S. But it is a lighter vehicle. I guess I'll try this one then, see if we can pick it up. How much fuel do I have? 148, okay. Well, let's give it a go. Accepted it. There. Tricky one to pull out. Okay, give this a go. You geo-researcher, go and get the Tatarin. You'll not regret the Tatarin. Do that. If this fails, I'll do that. We might do both. I watch a lot of uploaded streams, mainly because time zones I can't really tune in on time. Plus, it's nice to have on the background. Yeah, I think as well, I don't think people watch the entire 5 hours. I would assume they skip around. I don't know. I could check the audience retention on them and see. But, yeah, I'm not really too sure. I agree. Like, if I saw a 5-hour video, yeah, I don't know. I'd probably skip around it. It would need to have, like, timestamps. Although, that being said, I mean, I watch podcasts that are like 4.5 hours long, so it just depends, I guess, on the type of content, if you're into it or not. It would have to be a game like I'm into. Or if it was City Skylines 2, like right now, and someone was like 4 hours unedited, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, let's go, I'll watch that. Just depends. One thing even getting down here, it's another thing thinking of how the hell am I going to pull this out of here? Oh, my cat has been let in for a mix. Dude, that's crazy. It has to be pulled through this tiny gap. Are you... What? How am I supposed to do that? It's not gonna fit. Do I have to like pull it up the hill? I think I do. From the other side. Like winch it up or something. Rather than actually attach to it. There's no way it's getting through there. Oh my god. Well, I gotta somehow get around here. And pull it up from there. The new 3-slot crane? I found people skip more if you add chapters. Yeah. That's actually, yeah, there's like a little debate about that amongst people who do long-form content, whether you should help people with chapters or not. Yeah, it's a weird one. People, because obviously it's there for people to skip. That's why they're there. It's not just to tell people what's going on. So do you ever want people to skip through your video? Not really. But if you feel like a part is boring and you can entice them to stay with something else, that's the trade-off. I don't know. I think with this stream it makes sense to do it because I'm like, with streams I put like way less ads on them. And then I put like timestamps around just so people know like, okay, you said you're going to design an airport. When do you do that? It's like, well, if it turns out I didn't do it for like an hour. So I think it's just good to help people out that way. But I'm not really worried about, people seem to watch my videos a long time. That's all great. I've got no problem there. What I do have an issue with is retaining people who subscribe and growing an audience that sticks around. That's something I'd like to get better with. I don't know how this is even gonna work, but I don't know. This seems just as impossible, really. Yeah. Any ideas? You're telling me you want me to crane that thing out of here? It seems way too big to be lifted with a crane. At least one that I know about. Oh, actually, it's not that heavy. Doesn't seem that heavy. Stuck. That's... gonna get more stuck. Like, obviously need to push that further over that way, right? But I don't know how I can do that without going down into the water. Please don't be too deep. Ah, man, this is... Oh no. No. Wish I had a double winch, like winch to the tree and then winch the thing. I feel like pulling it from there, I should be able to knock it out. I feel like what I'll have to do is a bit extreme, but let's see if this works. I need to push it out of that like little crevice it's in. The other side doesn't seem to have any way to pull it through, unless because it's a big hill. But maybe I might have to. That kind of worked for a second. It's so dangerous. Yeah, because like, so it can't get through that gap. That's way too tight, I think. It could come over there, but then it's really deep in the water, and I'd have to try and pull it up the hill. Or it could, yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess from here, maybe it's a good idea to just latch onto it and go forward then. Because it does seem like I'm not going to be able to push it further out that bit. Alright, let's try it again from the other side. Alright. Alright. I guess I wasn't afraid about the river being deep. I was more afraid... I mean, I came in from that side, so I'm aware that it's not that deep. It's just the traction. I wouldn't have thought I'd be able to pull anything in a river, if you know what I mean. But maybe I'm misjudging that. You know, like, how am I supposed to get over there? Like, it just seems so bonkers. Can I latch onto it even from here and pull it with me? Maybe. It actually seems really lightweight. I thought it was going to be really heavy. It looks like it's heavy. Come on. Oh my god. Working. Yeah, it's actually just like not that heavy. Or my truck is just a beast. Latch onto something. There we go. Wonder, can I actually connect to it like a regular trailer? Maybe. Please don't roll down the hill. Then I can winch myself up. Oh, yes. Now we're in business. Fuck yeah. There we go. Nice. All right, we got it. Basically, just have this last little bit of a hill there. Yeah, it's just surprisingly not that heavy. I just thought it was like, you know, a very heavy metal thing full of stuff, but it looks like it's actually probably just like a hollow metal container. Okay, so we got to bring that. So down here, here, there. Wait. Don't even know if you need to do that. We could maybe just cut straight across. Alright, that's where we're going. To the abandoned mines. How much fuel do we have now? Oof, really not that much. Can we refuel from the service thing? No. So that's where we could refuel if I brought the fuel truck up. Yeah, I might have to do that first, because I'm not going to make it all the way, and if I do, I won't make it back. So we'll stay here for a sec. Gotta go to Quarry, where we have our Yar 87. Drop the little thing it's carrying. We'll go straight through to the cliff area, pick up the fuel carrier trailer, the little small fuel carrier, unlock fuel replenishment, pretty much right where those other two trucks are, fuel them, deliver it, and then we're good. Lots of small things to do, but it should be all quite doable. We can cut across. It seems like we can. Oh, it's so narrow. I can't believe I brought those trucks through this. It just does not look like they should be built for that. Alright, I'm having a blast with this. Have you seen the new game from Saber Interactive? Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons that made me want to go back to this and play it again. I think it looks cool. Alright, so now we have to go to contract Covering all fronts. Fuel carrier trailers there. So we just come in. Select. Be quick enough because we're not pulling anything. Wait a second. Oh no. It's big. Oh, I thought it was a baby one. Like a proper big thing to carry. Damn it. It has to be brought up there. Doesn't a fuel carrier trailer need a specific, I can never remember, like saddle low or saddle high. Yeah, it's not a scout trailer. Damn. Right. Well, we could just use this to fuel us up anyway then. This can carry a bunch of fuel. So we'll just refuel ourselves and give us a temporary boost for a bit. Which means we're gonna head to here. There. And let's just go straight across then. Go there. Where the ravine begins. I don't know if I can just go straight across and work my way up, because I know I can't do it there. Got that out and see. It looks like maybe. A saddle high for heavy loads. But what does that mean though? Like, I never know what I guess a heavy load is or not. So, this. That looks heavy to me. The saddle high. Just a normal hitch will work with that? Yeah, because it does have a little hitch thing. Well, if it's a normal hitch thing, couldn't I do it with this car? Potentially? Yeah, let's just go and see. Like, I'm guessing not, but I just want to see. Can this pull it? Well, I have to cut across. Well, at least this thing can cut across things, which is good. Makes you want to reinstall Euro Truck Simulator? Yeah, very similar in many ways. I've actually never played that game, but I've been tempted to. I feel like I should only have one of these on the go at a time. Rough guidelines. Alright, let's go fast. Come on, power. What is the genre game of this? I would say it's a sim. You know, it's a kind of a sim driving game. Not super realistic, like a super accurate simulator, but it's a sim driving game. Most trailers are saddle low or hitch type. The amount of times I go up to trailers and I just find out it's the wrong, I put the wrong thing on it, I've wanted to blow my brains out with that. That's like one thing I just don't understand, why they don't just like telegraph what it is much more clearly. Like, I still don't know. I've played hundreds of hours, I just never know. Almost like I have to go to a trailer store and find it first. And then I'm like, okay, I think I know now. The exception is heavy water trailer, which is saddle low. Flatbed, which is high. Got the watchtower, almost there. Where we come in. Thought there was a small fuel trailer here. I might be thinking of the other side of the map though. This is why it can be good to play with people, because one person can bring along a fuel trailer with them, you know. Oh my god, it looks huge. Did not see that stump. Yeah, there it is. Ow. And okay, just for fun, we'll see what can we pull. I'm guessing we can pull it. Give it a go. It'll probably just say you can't even attach to it, right? No. But I can attach a winch to it. Got him. Look at this. This is fine. I would say it feels really light. Why? Is it like empty? Oh. Lighter than it should be. Alright, so we'll pull this thing with us. Why not? Knew it wasn't totally pointless trying this. Back the way we came. Get to about there. I think we have to keep going. Yeah. Who knows? We might not be able to make it that far with it, but we'll see. May even be able to pull it up the hill. We'll see. I'll have a look. Some physics. Hey man, tree trunks are... they're tough. They're tough SOBs. This is easy. This is great. Look at this thing. Hell yeah. Glad I actually went to go check it out. I just wasn't sure. You'd think that a big thing like this little scout vehicle would really struggle pulling it along, but so far not too bad. It doesn't really feel like I'm pulling anything. When you load cargo into a trailer, you feel it. Winching this though, feel anything. Keep an eye on it in our rear view. Those are side mirrors, I guess, but you know what I mean. Yeah, some of the thick mud will be a little difficult, but the good thing is we're not going to run out of fuel. Just bringing some with us. Car have a double winch. No. Do any cars in the game have double winches? I didn't know if that was a thing. Oh, did I take a wrong turn? Yes. No double winch in SnowRunner, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the only way you get a double winch is if you play multiplayer. Two people can winch things together. Winch things together or create a winch train. It's not empty, I thought it was, but it says 2,000 liters of fuel in there. Yeah, I think the physics is just a bit off for that, because it just doesn't feel right. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm winching it, but... I'll take it. Made it a bit easier. What's the hardest thing you've ever pulled? I might have a screenshot of it, I don't know. It was in Michigan. It was some giant, massive drilling rig, I think. I can't access my screenshots right now. So yeah, I don't know if I have a picture of it, but yeah, it was just like a giant winch. Or not a giant winch. There's a thing called drilling equipment, but it was even bigger than that. It was like this massive... It looked like an oil rig, like intact, that I was just pulling along. It was like the size of 2 semi-trailers or something. It was huge. Barely go down. Like there'd be a slight dip in the road, and I couldn't go over it because like the angle was even just a little dip in the road was too much to get over, rather than worry about pulling it through mud and stuff. But yeah, it was on the Michigan map, so not early enough, you know. First map. Oh man, my grill is all like messed up because I've hit into things a few times. Cargo is different weight, locked, loaded versus unloaded. Oh god. Construction rig semi-trailer SnowRunner. That might have been it. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Huge. Just huge. And like no bend or give in it. Excuse me again. I have that wheel. That's the wheel I have. Yeah, that was the biggest thing. I've seen in screenshots on the SnowRunner community page on Steam that people are moving like boats. They're moving like these massive boats. This was so painful. Oh yeah, he's taking the same route obviously that I did. So painful. Yeah, I got caught there as well. Oh my god, it was the worst. Alright, but I got stuck for a while. Cool to see. Alright. We'll get this job done, then we'll go find that vehicle. And that'll be it. Yeah, so down in the bottom left, you've got health on different parts of your vehicle. So you can, I've never seen it get, like, totally destroyed, like, physically. Fell off a cliff once and it got completely battered and the engine broke. And it had some dents in it and things, so that was as bad as I've seen it get. I tried to full screen the video I was watching, that's funny. YouTube Inception. Perception. Also, one thing that's a bit strange, although I get why they've done it, is when it rains in the game, it doesn't get any more muddy or any more difficult or anything. It's the same. Everything's the same. It's just a visual change. I think that's because it's like you'd have to like try to wait for times where it's not raining and stuff, and they probably just felt like just leave it. Good tip is to always just keep moving your wheels back and forth because it just carves like the mud a little bit. Gives you a bit more traction, obviously. And yeah, it's a good other tip as well with the if you pack your cargo, but let's say you're carrying logs and you pack them, it looks like there's like 50 logs in the back of your trailer. But if you unpack it, it looks like there's only 3, and your vehicle is a lot lighter as a result. So you can kind of cheese the game a little bit by unpacking cargo. As long as you don't think it's going to fall out the back, you'll have a lighter load to carry around with you. If you're really stuck in the mud somewhere or in the snow or something, just unpack your cargo and try move. It can usually help you get out of a tough bind, and then just repack it when you feel like if you're going to be going up a hill or something. Darren says podcast featuring SnowRunner. Hell yeah. Basically. And so what Darren Drives channel coming? Did you crash down a hill? Yeah, once I went off the side of a cliff. Rolled. 2,000 liters? Looked it up, and trailers that size of 20,000 capacity. Well, I don't know if it said liters or not. It just says 2,000 capacity, so I guess it might not be liters. Maybe it's gallons or something. I don't know. It says 2,000. Yeah. We can pull it through here, okay. Where I tipped my truck earlier. Nice. Alright, no problem. People want the Darren Says podcast. I'd do a podcast if I found someone to do it with. I was a content creator and reliable. I reached out to a few people reached back out to me and said, yeah, I'd totally be down for doing it, but they didn't want to do like any work towards it. They were just like, oh, like I'll show up if you set one up. And I was like, nah, I don't really want to do that. Don't really have the time to do that. If anything, I'm in that position where it's like, I would love to be part of a podcast, and I would definitely do as much work towards it as I could, but it's the time commitment of setting everything up that I don't have time for. Plus, to be honest, I don't play enough new games to really be on a more mainstream podcast anyway. At least one about games news and stuff, because on those ones you really do have to be playing something new every week. Seems to be the case anyway, and I don't. Like, what you play this week? Satisfactory? Like every week. Or I play games that are old. I don't really play new games, so I just finished Octopath Traveler. It came out 9 months ago. What you playing now? It's like Ratchet and Clank that came out 2 years ago, so yeah. I'm confused. What do I have to do? Deliver to the abandoned... No, that's the wrong quest. Covering all fronts. Start tracking. Deliver to the fuel station. Yeah, so up the hill. Good. Good evening, Bang Billy. Yeah, I like the idea of being a dungeon master. I just mean for like a podcast. I set one up with a friend before, and yeah, it would just be the kind of thing. Like I reached out to a few creators. I won't name them specifically or anything. And some actually, I just tweeted and they reached out to me. I was conversing with a couple that seemed like it'd be great to do it with. Similar sized channel, sort of similar type mindset, but plays different stuff. Don't always agree, that kind of thing. So I just explained. It's like, yeah, like I could do the editing and manage the uploading and everything, but you know, I'd kind of want someone else to actually be the one that sets it up on Apple and Spotify. Like I've done that before, but it's a lot of effort running the RSS feeds and stuff. All right, now we can refuel up here. So it was kind of like, yeah, I kind of want someone who's mostly doing like maybe doing 70%, and I do 30%. What I'm available for. If I was just putting it out there, like I'm available for that. I would obviously love to have the means to do a full-time podcast, but at my size right now, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, so the reason we did that was because we wanted to pull this up, refuel, and then take it to where it needs to go. Now, I don't have to pull the thing up with me. I've been turned around a bit. Yeah. So that's not going to roll down the... It might roll down the hill, so let's just move it forward a little bit. Leave it about there. Catch. But anyway, it's no big deal. I'm enjoying everything I'm doing right now. I think it's always that case of when things are going well, you just want to do more and more projects and everything, but I just got to stick with what's working and just stick with that for a while. I'm just waiting for new games to come out. That's why I'm just doing the same series over and over, because I'm waiting for Cities Skylines 2, Manor Lords, Falling Frontier, a few of those types of games. Because I don't really want to be playing old stuff too much. I like the Belly News podcast style. I'd honestly love to see something like that from you. Co-hosts always seem to be doing 30 to 50% of the work. Yeah, I just don't know many people that are even into it. Like the other creators, like me and Cody Bonds talked for quite a while about doing one. But even he admitted, he's like, well, you know what? I just don't really pay attention to that much news. So it's like, I just don't... Many of the creators I'm familiar with and friends with, they're very much in their lane of playing like one or two types of games, like Total War or maybe Bannerlord or something like that. That was a nasty hit. So it's difficult to find people. It's the same problem I have with, like, I'm only now starting to do more design stuff for my game, and I was kind of thinking, I was talking with a friend who works at a game studio, and we talked about how we could get a game off the ground. And we were just like, we just don't know many people. Like, how do you reach out to people? Who do you find? Even if I had 100 grand in the bank and was like, okay, I want to make a game. It's not easy to just find people to, like, who would be wanting to and willing to work on it. You kind of need to build a, like, network and contacts over time and find people with similar interests that want to make stuff together. It's not as easy as throwing money or time at it. Fortunately, it was that easy. Alright, so gotta go grab the truck and then bring it up to here, and then that's that one done. Then we're gonna go grab the vehicle I found at the beginning. Get Dan. Yeah, Dan would probably be great. Seeing as how into the news he is. My other friend would be awesome for it, who I did a podcast with before, Toby. It's just that he doesn't want to do any work towards it. And I've talked to him. He's actually out of a job right now. And I was like, what about now? You know, you're not doing anything else. He's like, nah, I don't want to do that. He's like, I'll be on the podcast, but I don't want to, like, set it up. I was like, all right. That would have been perfect. You'll be amazed at how many of those kind of people are in your chat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to cities too as well. Although, I was saying earlier, a little hesitant about it after seeing the stream that they put out not that long ago. Because it looked kind of rough, actually. Oh, a few weeks to go now. Guess we'll see if it shapes up any better. They did say, disappointingly, things like that seem simple, like contour lines and things aren't going to make it into full release, so. And then it's like also a console game, so I feel like it's going to be slow to get updates on PC. I don't know. Parts of it are starting to worry me now. But I love the premise of everything, generally speaking. Managing cargo and the new road tools look amazing, and at scale the cities look great. Yeah, maybe I could pay him. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know, part of me thinks I shouldn't do one. I've famously, as you guys have pointed out to me, I've got very bad takes. So maybe I should keep my opinions to myself. When I did opinionated content, public of play, channel didn't survive. When I keep my mouth shut, channel's doing great. The signal I'm getting is keep your bad takes to yourself. Yeah, ask a city's favor, please. Yeah, absolutely. You can ask anything you want, doesn't mean I'm gonna do it, but yeah, ask away. Next episode, I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna be building a fishing harbor. Airport seems to be working now, basically. Hey, MC Dan. Just the United Fund. Oh, right, we finally made it. That was a long one. It was many smaller parts that had to come together to get it all to work. Gonna weaponize the bad takes. There's something to having getting people to have a visceral reaction to what you say. That's fun. Didn't get to read it. Alright, so today, even just so far, I did 3 quests in Tiger Oil, 1 quest in this one. And we did 1 side quest. So it feels good. Yeah, let's see. We want to hop back to the... What was it? In Zemnogorsk, there's that vehicle that you want me to get, the TUZ 40 Tatarin. Now, I don't know if... I can't remember the name of the person, I'm sorry. That if you're still there, Traustini? If you're still there, or if anyone knows, does this vehicle have to be towed? Or can I just go to it and hop in it? Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's huge. I see all the wheels. I thought it was just a giant tree. Bad taste of Darn. Good luck with the rest of the stream. See you later, Tions. Yeah, have fun. Please don't record more time traffic light takes. We've seen enough of them. Yeah, that's alright. Yeah, that's fair. Well, you're being very liberal, or you're saying we, speaking for everybody, but you could be right. I don't know if people find it annoying, but sometimes I feel like, oh, now that I kind of understand it, I should show people, but yeah. I guess it's kind of a bit of wasted time. A bit repetitive. Okay, well. I'll just drive, even if it has to be towed. I think our little Jeep can do the job. Let's do it. Go back to the Rift. Go back to the Yar 87. And we'll get out of here. So, gotta go back to the quarry. Suspicious camp. What the hell is that? That sounds weird. Let's just be a little crazy. Go straight down. That'll work, right? Why wouldn't it? There's nothing this guy can't go over. Ruin these flowers. Poppies. Just a scout though, right? According to the others, yeah. Is it even better than this one? Because this one seems like basically perfect. Although with like 8 wheels or whatever on that other one, I'm guessing it almost like never flips. See? No fuel or repairs needed. Wow, it's so weird that I just moved past it, because whoops. I think there was an upgrade right next to it, and that's why... Anyway, we'll see when we get there. Why it looks like it's been visited before. It's so strange that I didn't decide to just hop into it. Because normally if I see a vehicle out in the world, or even a trailer, I try to grab it. Right. A distinct lack of snow today in SnowRunner. A lot of rain, sadness. The Russian Federation. Take on this quest. I've probably taken it already, but just in case. Okay. The Mad Scout. Fully repaired, are we? Oh yeah, the grill is pristine. It is drivable, don't need to tow it. Stay to the left of the large rocks while going up to it. Got it. It's GOAT. Well, when you say it's GOAT, is it literally the best scout in the game then? Oh man. This has been super fun. I'm glad I didn't have like just a period where we got stuck for a really long time, but it's good that we got stuck a little bit. Pulled ourselves out of it. With the crane. Late to say it now, but if people watching the VOD in the future like this type of content, please do consider leaving the video a like. Big deciding factor in whether I ever do it again. I was thinking of what kind of music could I put on during the stream. I've just left it as the game soundtrack. Normally when I play this, I listen to podcasts and stuff. Obviously can't do that. A lot of music is copyright material, so I was trying to think like... I used to play the Grand Theft Auto radio stations on. That was always quite cool, because they're technically copyright free, because they're game soundtracks. But I'm okay with the music so far, it's just a bit repetitive. Depends on what you want to use it for. It doesn't have a hitch. Oh, right. But it can go pretty much anywhere. Well, that's probably what I mainly use scouts for, I guess. That's what I've been using this for. Just getting to places that's awkward to get to. Although it was amazing that it was able to winch that trailer along. Worked out very well. And it's now fast, like it's a fast mover. Man. One thing that's never happened to me in the game, ever. I've never lost a wheel. You always have that spare wheel with you on various trucks and stuff, but I've just never, it's never happened, or I've blown one out. Zimnegorsk. Alright. The documentary film. That doesn't even have an icon. Actually, none of them do. There we go. Well, that still doesn't, but whatever. Right, so you say go up on the rocks to the left. I would just go up this way, though. Go straight up there. No? Might be difficult. There's a bit of a gap through there. Let's go right around to the back. What do you reckon? So facing north, you know, approach from the east or from the west? I'd say east just because I'm coming from there. Doesn't seem to be majorly different from my view. Obviously, I haven't fully scouted it out, but... You are the podcast. You can winch like you did with the Yar. Yeah, that's good then. And I've gotten all the upgrades in this map, so I can probably upgrade it fully. Would love to watch you play those Sony exclusives, but only because I like your content in those games as well. Tricky thing to try and cater to you. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do it. It's just I just know it wouldn't go well. People used to tell me that before, and I used to stream them on Twitch, and it just would not do well. So people say it's nice because you hear it from a few people. Oh, I'd watch you play that. But it's just unfortunately the silent majority is your audience. Whatever it's going to be. It's not even that unfortunate, you know. I don't really mind too much. It's nice to have games to play in my own time anyway too. Yeah, I started Ratchet & Clank last night. I'm a trophy hunter. I like to get platinums. I used to love it in the PS3 generation. And I never really played my PS4 much during the PS4 generation. I was just working a lot at the time. Never really played that much on console then. Or if I did, I just didn't platinum them. But now that I have a PS5, I'm like, everything I play on PS5 I'm going to platinum. It's just something I want to do. Or, unless I obviously just don't like the game, that's fine. Excuse me. But yeah, so I don't know if people would enjoy watching that either. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to have to get all the collectibles in Ratchet & Clank. Maybe people do like trophy hunting, I don't know. Right, seems like it'll be a bit of an issue. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Go by the water on the left. Let me just have a look now. So I was gonna go probably either straight up this way or straight up this way. And I'm aiming for that spot there just to cut through. Although you could just go around. Don't go through, yeah, through the middle. Okay, fair enough. What a machine. Yeah, this thing's a beast. Like I said, when I upgraded it, the upgrade was so good. Before, it was good, but it wasn't as, like, it didn't have the power it has now. It seems to just go through everything. Listen. Random rock winch, which is a tree in the rock, I guess, which I was winching onto. Alright, so is this it here? That's the water. Let's just go this way. Yeah, and then the rest of the evening going to be doing some Satisfactory. Getting that video recorded and ready for tomorrow. I'm hoping with a more rigid schedule as well, channel members will be able to get their videos nice and early. A bit more reliably. At the moment it's just kind of, it's not random, but it might come across as random to the people who are channel members. But generally I just want them to get a video day, 1 or 2 days early. I feel bad driving over small trees. Oh yeah, no problem. Go. Alright, there she is, the tank. Becoming black. Yeah, I guess I haven't been up here before. Alright. East. Oh, dude. It's like a military vehicle, isn't it? Like a military scout. You have fuel? 27 fuel. Ooh, not much. Let's refuel from the, Can I not go from the roof supplies? It doesn't seem like it. Okay. Just switch again just for a second. Yeah, the roof rack. Okay. That's pretty much full now. Refuel a little bit more, then steal a little bit, skim a bit more off the top. Wow, a lot. Alright, so that's up to 63. That'll be fine. Turn off the engine. Change this one. Just real quickly, let's see, where should we go? Well, there's nothing left to scout, actually, in this map, so I'm not really too sure. We could just go for a little drive. Yeah, I don't know why the icons are bugged. Anything to do that's small that maybe this thing could do? A scout is recommended. Visit the survey point. Well, there you go. Perfect, right? We'll do that. It's the final quest of the day. Visit the survey point, right there. We'll come down on the west side. Really difficult to see. No gap there. So start about there. Make it out to here, I guess. I don't need to do that. Alright, we got it. Yeah, like a little APC. New Satisfactory world or same one? The next Satisfactory video will be the same world, but everything after that will be a new world. So this is the last episode of that series. It'll explain a lot. I'm giving out the save file and the blueprints, and it'll explain a lot about the new series and where we left it and why it's ending and stuff like that. So hopefully that'll be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, it'll be the day after, and I apologize for the first day being delayed because I was sick. Although I am streaming right now, I guess, but it depends. But it should be good to go. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's just if something unexpected happens. I also have a driving lesson tomorrow, and that's part of the reason why I'm just a bit... It's all about whether or not I get it done tonight. What do we got, by the way? 4 gears. Diff lock always on. All-wheel drive always on. Good to me. Oh my god. I'm on a boulder. I'm literally wedged between 2 trees on a boulder. Don't flip truck. Oh, this is some Austin Powers stuff right here. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I want to take this back to a garage and see if there's any upgrades for it. Alright, good, good. Getting the hang of it now. The machine. Oh, look at me just destroying the trees. Who needs roads when we could just go, like, just devour the forest to get there? Nice. I like the multi-season aspect to just like you did with Anno. Yeah, well, it will be a new series completely rather than a new season. I called that a season because I stayed with the same save file. This will be a new save file. Although it'll be very similar actually to the first couple of episodes, then it'll be different after that. I'm looking forward to it though. It'll be update 8. It runs well for me now, so I'm not worried about using it. Should be good. Kind of think of it as a new season though, I guess, because it is kind of the same thing. Alright, he was happy? Good. I must admit I'm excited to see the documentary now. I can't remember what the documentary was about. Easy. Alrighty, yeah, I might just go recover this, see what it's like in the garage. See if we can put some stuff on it. Did you see that they released a new cosmetic pack for Anno 1800 a few weeks ago? Maybe? Was it the Fiesta pack or something? Like, it was, if it was to do with the New World, then I have seen it. If it's something else, then I don't think I have. So we just have one engine, the absolute pinnacle of motorized vehicle propulsion systems, the IMZ 12000T. Gearbox for Wisconsin. Oh, I thought it would just be stuff in where we are now. Special or advanced special, improved gearbox that offers a full range of gears that cost a higher fuel consumption. Well, fuel consumption is no change. Used to be a guzzler. Tension. Stock. Nothing to do there. Tires are stock as well. I guess there's very little capability. What do we got? So the advanced scout is one we want. Most expensive one. Roof rack. Yeah, sure. Visuals. We put on multiple of these. The little visors. Got the beacons at the back. Twin horns. Fog lights. Ah, no special rims. Come on. DLC color. Weird, what is it, Cthulhu or something? Cthulhu paint job. Kind of want just black to be honest, but some color would be kind of cool. What Darren plays blue, white, yellow. If they had yellow. What's the default? The default color is kind of nice. Go with this. I know it's a bit out there, a bit loud. Go with that. Inside, bobbleheads. Always the dog. Accessories, playing cards. Fuck yeah. Green garden. Stickers. No problem. No road, no problem. I park where I want. Sure, why not? So cringe, but I'll take it. Don't really like the external stickers, to be honest, so I'll probably leave that. And then windshield stickers. I like the ones that just have stuff written in Russian. Big and dirty. Looks like a Scottish flag. Yeah, kind of. A little disappointing you can't really upgrade it too much. Tend to get that with these like more bespoke vehicles, I guess. But now we have low high and low low. That's good. Cool. Yeah, this will serve us well in future maps, I'm sure. Surprised you couldn't get chain tires though, you know, for ice and snow. Maybe it just doesn't need it. Anything else we should do, or should we just leave it? I think that'll probably be it for today. I'm clear. So I've got four quests left there. I've got one left on that one, and Tiger Oil has still quite a few. Need to do the geo research ones. Those can be fun. Get the seismometer, whatever they're called, seismic vibrator. Sit on a piece of terrain. Then you get to find out where the oil comes from. Move some oil drilling rigs. Oversized cargo. Yeah, it looks like this will be a lot of the big stuff then. And then after that, we move to Bonk. Koala Peninsula. But I'm probably going to also go back to here. It'd be nice to, with the vehicle we have now, find those upgrades actually. Northport. Let's just go straight to the garage here. I meant to see, I've never looked at the map for this online to see where the various upgrades that I've missed are. Looking at Alaska, we're in White Valley, for instance. All I want to find is the upgrades. Okay, I can see them now on my screen. Maybe we could just do one little scout to find an upgrade. So let's find our vehicle. There she is. It is crazy. A+, C-. It's just, I guess it takes a lot of fuel, but still. So how many upgrades do we have? 17 out of 23 for Alaska. And I can see on my own personal map then which ones I've probably missed. So there's one apparently down here. I think I've got that one. If it's in view of a watchtower, I've probably got it. There was one here. I think I've got that one. One up by the lake. And that's gone. It does say that there's one somewhere over here. Maybe I missed. Because it doesn't look like it's in watchtower range. Maybe. And then there's one at the very top. So there's definitely one up there I haven't gotten. Alright, so that's where we'll go. And that'll be it. We've got a long drive along the main road, actually. I suppose just to check, we'll go out to the side. Right. Let me just plan that. So let's see. I thought it was somewhere over there. So I guess when we get to this point, cut across. Just have a quick scout out just there, just to make sure. Probably not there, because it isn't in the fog of war, so I'm assuming it's fine. Then we'll just come back, and we have to head down to the end. Okay, cool. Alright, we're off. Sorry, I didn't read chat there for a minute while I was looking at all that. Did you see that they released a new... sorry, yeah. Yeah, it's called the National Park DLC. Lets you build lakes and other nature things. Oh, really? I'll have to get that then as the final episode. I'm sorry for taking so long to reply to that, but yeah, thank you. I'll have a look. Oh my god, I'm slipping and sliding everywhere. What this game needs is a little country flags on the tall antenna that would wobble with every bump. That'd be cute. It would be too OP if you could upgrade it. Yeah, I guess so. Even just visually though. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's already... Whoops. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was such a rough hit. I lost nearly a third of my suspension. Very slippy on the ice. Is there a repair store? Way over there. That's fine. Alright, it's difficult to read and drive. Especially since, like, if I just tap right on the analog, it keeps going for quite a while, because I guess it's quite slippy. Man, this is nice. Nice and peaceful. My massive truck machine. Oh, it's been a long time since I was here. I remember building that bridge, fixing this place up. I think I'll leave that detour because I'm confident actually with the fog of war that it's not over there. We'll just make the opposite detour though. We'll go this way, grab the repairs, and then just push back out to that final upgrade. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. It just glides over it. I remember being stuck. Well, in fairness, I was in a truck that wasn't that upgraded at the time, pulling stuff through. But oh my god, going through there, I just have memories of being like winching onto every single tree every few inches. Made it. Repaired, right? No, it's not repaired actually. Huh. Why would that be? Is it not repairs? It has the symbol for it, but it does say oil rig service site. Don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We'll keep going. So basically go this way. Just feel bad because a third of your suspension being hit like that. That was rough. That hit. Let me just check this map. Do I need to cross the river or not? Oh, it's in the river. It's right here apparently. Okay. Well, this will be the quick for the job. How's it for fuel? It's 6.7 or 8 per minute. Doesn't seem that bad. That ANK truck that I was driving earlier, that does way worse. Alright. Not a great turning angle. For anyone who may have played the DLC, are there any new types of missions? You know the way in this you go to like, you get the seismic vibrator, whatever. Are there ever any times where you're doing things that you don't do in the other maps? Just a small degree. Obviously you're still going to be driving, moving things from A to B generally, but I was wondering if they ever get you to do anything else. like a timed mission, for instance. I know that there's challenges, I guess, but it'd be kind of interesting to have a regular mission that's timed as well. Or something that forces you to drive another vehicle. It's like you gotta drive this to here. Because I kind of feel like if I have this car going forward now, the game becomes way easier. But I'm sure these other maps have that built in mind. It doesn't have a snorkel, so watch out for deep water. Oh, that's a great point. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Yeah, where's this exhaust? It's fairly high up at the back, the exhaust, I guess. But yeah. Okay, good to know, though. We do have to cross a river to get to this thing. A little bit. Alright. Basically made it where the journey begins. Vehicles over 40... What does that mean? 40 inches? Not really an inch symbol. 40 height? Prohibited? 40 tons? A lot of DLCs add different mechanics, like crafting materials and generators to power places. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's good then. I'm just glad it'll be more stuff. I was worried that it's just going to be maps in the same missions, basically. Not that I mind too much, but it'd be nice to have newer things to do. There are some unique stuff. Moving a train. Oh, that's cool. Train mission, crafting. Yeah, crafting sounds cool. Limited resources, 40 feet. Vehicles over 40 feet. Ah, right. Well, at Peninsula, you have to use the metal detector to find cars. Oh. What did the community think of this game? Like, are they happy with the DLC and the content rollout for it? Because I see it has a year pass, like, every season. Or every year since it came out, I guess. 3-year passes. And DLCs throughout every season. It's pretty good. They seem on top of it to me, as an outsider. Supporting mods and everything. I remember for a while there was like trouble between the developers and publisher. Spin Tires game. There, we got it. Easy. Wasn't that bad. Alright, I think I'll have to leave it there. That's going to have to be it for me today. Good solid 4 hours of SnowRunner action. We did quite a lot. I'm proud of it. I've streamed SnowRunner before where we did nothing. I feel like I actually got a lot of these missions done. Picked up some upgrades, cleared maps and stuff, found vehicles. Great. Good 4 hours, well spent. Mostly positive? That's good. Alright. So yeah, I'm going to probably go get the rest of these upgrades myself. Let's see, Michigan, 17 out of 21 in Michigan as well. 18 out of 23 there. All the watchtowers and vehicles found. So much to do. Still never did any of the contests. Cool. Alright. Yeah, that was fun. So that's going to have to be it for today. I'll be back next Monday with another stream, same time, 2 p.m. UK time. I was going to say GMT, but I guess it's still BST for a while. But that's UK time, so just look up London. UTC, I guess, is another one as well. Don't know if it'll be this game or not. I'd like it to be, but I might switch it up every now and then. And then, like I said, hopefully Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, back to regular content with, like, Satisfactory, City Skylines, and Anno. Until some newer stuff starts to come out, like City Skylines 2. I'll also have a sponsored video in a couple weeks, but it's a good game. I get offered sponsors all the time for lots of different things, but I try to pick ones where I'm like, that looks like a game I would have played anyway. So hopefully you guys will be into it. Nothing's coming up pretty soon. So that's pretty much it. Thanks for hanging out with me and for the well wishes and everything. Appreciate it a lot. And yeah, I guess I'll see you next Monday, hopefully, or throughout the week with regular videos. I meant to say goodbye. See ya.